Hi, welcome to the stream. So, for today, we will play, I guess, through the last two league matches. The one against Putra and PSMS. And afterwards, there's the Indonesian Cup final coming right up. Let's see if we can manage to get there. Yeah. That's about it. Also, I took a nap for an hour prior to this, so if I seem confused a little bit, that's probably because I'm damn tired. As always. Seems to be the theme around here. So I gotta recall what to do here. I think I had some sort of concept at some point. Let's find out. I do not think that we will rely on this training schedule specifically. For the matches against PSIS Jakarta, these are important. So let's try to adapt these immediately, will we? So what will obviously happen is we will have match preparation here. Some kind of match preparation on each and every day. This is probably enough. And we will have the same back here. I guess we can just copy paste the schedule, can't we? Great. Thank you very much for making this possible, SI. There's also a rest session here, so this is rubbish, but whatever. And we will have, I don't know, probably regular tactical training in here, why not? So now we can have a look at set pieces, and that's obviously a thing of concern too. This is a review session here, I think. So set pieces, there's not enough space actually to do all of the set pieces training that I would like to include. But these are more important, I think. Also, this is teamwork. The team bonding session is not that important at this point, given that we have a teamwork session down here too. So I guess that one can go away, which should enable us to do most of the set pieces sessions at some point. Let's see. Alright, so assuming we replace this one with penalties. Welcome back to the stream, and you're welcome to make a snack anytime you want. Well, I'm glad to have you around. You can probably help me remember what I was about to do. We will also have a defending of both of these things. I think that's very important. And we will have set pieces, say, attacking corners here. Yeah. Yeah. But you're talking about the tactics specifically, not about the training, right? The training will not matter much prior to setting, but we will need to set them up right now. I agree with that. So, yeah, I will do that. It will be really annoying, and you are welcome to stick around for the extended amount of time that it will take me. But you're right, we need to do this. So let's do that. And that will probably be not that fun, to be honest. But here we are. So this rest session still is rubbish. But we can include the set pieces here, the set piece, the attacking free kicks, there it is. And we can include, what did we do here? Match tactics? So, no, general tactics sessions. So that's not needed down here. So we might as well do an additional set piece delivery session there. Yeah, so much about that. So that does not include every single set piece session prior to the match against the away match against PSIS Jakarta. It might just be enough though, who knows. We could obviously get rid of one of these recovery sessions, for example, and try to include one there. In fact, maybe we can move them. Well, just get rid of them. for reasons. So this increases injury risk, but on the other hand, in the middle of the week, chances are we will get through this. It's only 1 week, so we stuff it in here, maybe switch these two. Hope that everybody recovers just fine. So we are extra prepared for the match. Okay. Do we need additional sessions up here? Well, there's a diminishing return in a way to attribute development. I would prefer us to win the match against these guys, just from the perspective of morale management. So reasoning goes basically like this: we need a teamwork session here and here, just because we need to improve the mood. It might help us with better results with the matches against Barito Putra as well as against PSMS Midan, whatever that means and where that is. And yeah, hopes are we win those two, just to have perfect morale. Welcome back to the channel, Real Talk channel. To the stream. Well, you know, I'm kind of confused already. Okay, so that's for preparation for the cup matches. That seems reasonable from a training perspective, right? Let's have a look at their individual training performances too. We did that previously, so this all is fine. So next, I guess we do these different tactics in a way. Okay, so can we have maybe in a data hub? Great. That doesn't help that much. This is what I was looking for. Perfect. So with the formation used, we started that in every single match, and we have 45 clear-cut chances versus, on top of the opponents. So that's not bad. Have a look at the formations faced. Apparently we have a problem if we face a 4-2-3-1 mirror match. Otherwise, we seem to be okay. Most of the time we face a 4-3-3. And apparently it works just fine against all of these, for some reason. Yeah, in the tactic that we use, that is. So, who knows? I do not necessarily want to change the formation much, but it depends a little bit on what we're going to do. Well, hope you're getting better pretty soon. But thanks for sharing. You got something in common with me. I feel pretty weird too, waking up after a 1 hour nap. Alright. So if we go with the possession-based tactic, which we barely use anyway, okay. The attacking width in both cases is fairly wide. I want to vary things up a little bit though. For example, in a positive formation, we use this if we cannot get any penetration, right? Well, this is one way to do it. So the argument could be, we want to do some slightly slower tempo with the passing, to make better decisions, to exploit chances if they occur. Well, in that case, Real Talk channel, it does not feel like it is balanced, but what do I know? I don't know, I'm not an expert on this kind of stuff. I think we want to dribble less in this situation. This is a passing mentality after all, so dribbling less seems reasonable. And probably play for set pieces too. Because we are good at set pieces overall. This is crap. In transition, I think rolling it out to the playmaker makes sense. Countering, yeah, that's still okay. And doing the counter press, obviously, we will need to have a higher defensive line. And I will put this to high press. And well, higher or much higher defensive line, probably a higher one. But we will step up more. So this is more of a conceptual decision making right now. I'm not sure if we are any good at this, but in particular, triggering the press is something that we are absolutely not used to, like this. I want to have different formations available to us, though. There's also the obvious doubt about this thing in general. We could try to do a low block. Low block with a standard defensive line. So the way it shows the positions on the pitch, this is kind of weird. I want them not to be that compressed back here. This doesn't make much sense. And apparently it counts the defensive midfielders into the defensive line. So this is more what we're looking for. Standard defensive line with a low block. And we drop off more in... Yeah, going back towards the own goal in case of an attacking threat. So it invites pressure, but that's not much of a problem as long as we can absorb it. So that's changing our current tactic pretty much all around. Same here. Well, man, it's hard to judge from you telling on the stream here from chat. What do I know? I mean, if the statement is, well, important to you, why not make it a separate video? I don't know about the topic of your video, but there's a lot of channels that have some sort of state of the channel video or something. Just make it a separate video in case the statement is really important to you. Why not? Why would you double up on that? That seems like duplicate content to me. Okay, and then we have the very attacking formation here. So we barely use overload anyway. So what do we do here? Attacking with wide. I will actually refrain from that, I think. So say we go with a bit more direct passing, make it fairly narrow. We want to get the ball forward as fast as possible. This is the formation that is needed to score desperately. So set pieces are fine. Being more expressive is fine. Shooting on side, I don't know. Probably fine. In transition towards the target man, yeah, why not? I mean, that's the way to get the ball forward as quickly as possible, which would also be good in general. Distribute quickly makes sense in this case. Counter and counter pressing, yeah, that's true. Much higher defensive line and a higher line of engagement seems reasonable too. And we will also probably get stuck in, that makes sense. and prevent short goalkeeper distribution on demand, and trigger the press much more often. This is very intense, obviously. Doesn't matter much. The team barely knows how to do this. They never use it anyway. So maybe it seems like we should use these formations at some point. Still, we're gonna probably have wingback on defend duty. But this stuff, we will keep it at the inverted wingers, I think. And as far as I'm aware, we can basically use the same role everywhere, I think. There shouldn't be much of a difference in terms of set pieces neither. Not sure. So obviously we need to train this first and foremost. This is our primary tactic anyway. It is primarily trained. Interesting argument. I kind of have a problem with that. Let me explain. As far as I'm aware, the players in Football Manager have tactical familiarity. And their tactical familiarity also comes down to position, role, and duty. So, in the case of Jorge Cesar, for example, let me go back to this. His lack of triggering the press right now is because I changed the press. He has no problems with position, role, duty. If I put him just in this formation on, say, poacher duty, which might work or not, that doesn't matter much, he is barely familiar with that. So there's a large decline. So my argument goes like this. Either we use somebody else that trains as a poacher for the entire time for this formation, and he gets subbed on. And then I see some sense in this. Or we use Jorge Cesar in what he's used to. But I have a hard time accepting that switching the role of the player within the tactic or within other tactics makes some sense. Because the player will be awkward with playing that way. It might shake up the opposition. So granted, there's some benefit to that. Maybe. Or it might just be the right thing to do tactically, right? But it will always force the player into playing something that he's not used to. Or most of the time anyway. So this is why I have a problem with that. I think in general keeping him as a target forward is probably a good idea. That does not say that it might not be appropriate to play a poacher here. Right? No problem with that. But it should depend on the opposition and, well, what's going on. So, is there anyone that should play as a poacher? Oh, he does. As long as he plays as a poacher. No. Well, let me revamp. He does gain familiarity as a poacher in one of two ways. He plays as a poacher, so we need to use the tactic, or he trains as a poacher. As long as we don't use it, or don't train him that way, he will not get that. Now, obviously we can put him on poacher training, like just in here. But that would mean that his attribute profile would change in training too. And I'm not very convinced that this is a good idea to train him as a poacher. He also would lose some of the training effect as a target forward. So I have my problems with that. And the better the coaching team, or the better the adaptability of the player, the longer he can hold that familiarity. So I hope you understand that I'm not opposed to the idea to playing somebody as a poacher. I just think it should be the primary concern to keep Jorge Cesar at 100% target forward all the time. No, he doesn't. He doesn't get poacher familiarity in that sense because his tactical familiarity comes from his individual training. It does not come from whatever the tactic does. It's you basically set this up in here. This is what they train for. You can even see the buggy behavior of this with central defenders. That's really easy to comprehend here. Well, it's somewhat easy to comprehend. A central defender will always train for this position, the right one. It doesn't matter what his strong foot is, and you can easily see this usually by switching them around. You can actually see it right here, because Halim's tactical familiarity here, it's perfect with the position role and duty. This is what he trains for. Haryanto is on the left side, and he is always a bit awkward being the second one in line. For some reason. It has nothing to do with the strong foot or the fact that he didn't train for that position. Well, it somewhat does. He trains for this position. Because there's no way to set it up to train him for this one. Because the game assumes central defender is the rightmost one. So he's always a bit awkward with, well, it's still fluid. But there's always this little gap. That's why the left one is always the worst one of the two with in terms of familiarity level. For position role duty. And you can also see this, for example, here. So, disregard triggering the press for a second. If I put him on support duty, that's the same role. It's just the duty that switched. Oh, all of a sudden he's accomplished only. Well, that's because there's a gap between what he trains for and what he's used to play here. Right? So even though we might play him from time to time that way, it's an optimization process that makes sense. So assuming in the attacking tactic and the overload tactic, for example, we put him on attack duty, whatever that means here. Let's put him on attack duty for a second, just to experiment. Yeah, he's accomplished in that. So it's reasonable to do this. In an emergency situation, to change the duty of the player. It's not reasonable to change the role. If I put him on, say, whatever, what he's absolutely unused to? Complete wingback, maybe? Hopefully that doesn't defeat my point. No, it doesn't. So, complete wingback is very strange to him in this situation, and it's probably not worthwhile doing, even if we go very attacking, because it's unfamiliar to him and we will keep him as a wingback for most of the time. Does it make sense? So we need to find a setup where the roles can maybe be switched in terms of duties. For example, target forward on attack. That would be an idea. I can certainly see where this is going. Because it's very close to what Jorge Cesar does usually. It's just a duty that changes a little bit. So that makes it not to the awkward level. But I will probably not go with fullbacks, for example, in this situation either. Of like this, whatever. He's not very used at it. It's somewhat familiar to him, but he's not good at it. So, but we can, for example, include him as a target forward on attack, which is not that far off from a poacher. A little bit different, but not that much. And that would make some sense. The problem is then he doesn't fit the strike partnership anymore. So maybe Imbiri should play something else, and now we're in some trouble, because another role for him means, well, less familiarity. So I think this partnership will actually not change that much. What we can do, though, is put, for example, these two on attack duty to go inwards. Yes, I agree with that, Charonalid. I agree. It is hard to quantify, so I'm going with what the game shows me. If that makes sense. And the game clearly shows me that the sweeping changes, like doing something completely different, that is hard on the players. Now, you can always include a player in a very different role if that player is specifically trained for that role. Say we need, whatever, let's take Hidayatullah. Say Hidayatullah is sitting on poacher training all the time, and we use him as a poacher for that one game within the season. Then he comes on, plays as a poacher, and he will probably be fine as a poacher. The problem is, if we use a player sparingly anyway, in his specific role, what he trains for all the time, he will not have much experience on the pitch, so, you know, what do we use him for throughout the season? So I have my problems with that. And I prefer to fit the players into a tactic that we can adapt, but not by too much. Yeah. You might also argue that they know how to. It's a strategic problem, not a tactical, because the way you set up your tactic determines the amount of change needed to switch the system. So, if I can have a very similar formation, well, yeah, I need a similar formation in a way. A very similar formation, with more or less the same roles, but a very different distribution of duties, that might just work to change the way this formation is interpreted. For example, I can go with Sakipto here on support duty. No problems. I can definitely do that. I want him to roam forward in this position anyway. Because this is a very attacking interpretation of this formation. So I don't want him to stay back. I want to go with the risky approach here. With the fullbacks or the wingbacks, I'm not so sure. So either we go with wing play here, all of a sudden. We are doing this in a narrows way right now. So we might as well tell them to push forward and go with very attacking. So then they will cross from the byline, get further forward, and so on and so forth. And basically we have the two central defenders in the back. And that feels suitable for very attacking. It's also... they are still accomplished in that. Where's Isha? I think he'll be fine. I want a trophy too, man. Let's have a look. What's he got? A tight hamstring. I don't think there will be much of a problem with that, and this schedule will give... well, he will be in the bus, first and foremost, tomorrow, and then he will have a match review and a recovery session. So I think he will recover throughout this time. He will not train very hard, and I don't think it makes much sense to rest him for this one day here. He might as well partake in this. But I think he will recover to 100% until the end of the week. That or freak accidents. I don't think that will happen though. No, I won't. He needs to play, so that makes sense. I won't do some sort of sweeping, I don't know, ignore injury problems thing. Is this the style I was going for up until now? Ignoring injuries? Hopefully not. So, let's have a look at this. In the defensive formation, we realized that most of our players basically do nothing. No, we are not. Well, what playoffs? Champions League? No, we are out of it. We are in the 6th spot, there's 2 games to go. These next 2 games are absolutely dead rubber. We can do whatever we want with them, as long as we win these games for morale purposes. If we don't, yeah, disregard that, doesn't matter much. We need to keep morale up. We need to win the match against the cup matches against Persia. The next 2 matches against Barito Putra and whatever it was. What was it? It's Barito Putra and PSMS. So Barito Putra are not rock bottom, but we can certainly help them to get back to rock bottom, maybe. Well, they're not out of the woods yet. Good, but we have 6 days to go. In a way, I want to rest some of the players, but we can probably look at the sharpness. And for example, Isha and Jorge Cesar could do with some sharpness. So why not play them? Imbiri, though, I might rest him. So we'll see. Let's wait for these 6 days, and then we will have a look. You recommended though that we should have a look at set pieces too. So there's a thing. Okay. Defending corners. So I will still adapt this to the standard formation, right? Or to the standard setup. This is more or less standard setup. This is not. Isha usually doesn't belong here. He can play there, but he's not used to the role anymore and whatever. It's usually for the Anzia's job to play out there. We can argue about Moody all day long, and maybe there's somebody else out here, say Ari or somebody. But, or even Zico. In general, I cannot rely upon the fact that this guy is tall, right? So this is more or less what happens as a standard formation. So let's have a look at the set piece takers too. I might have forgot something there. Corners. Well, the best corner taking in the setup is Morgan Moody for some reason. And on the other side, right-footed players would be Iskander, Ramadan, probably not Isha because he's a good target forward, so I don't want him to take the corners if he's on the pitch. Even if he plays as an inverted winger on the left, I'd rather have him in the penalty area, so that makes some sense. And Yusuf. Yusuf is not a good corner taker, but whatever. That's okay. That makes sense. Free kick taking. Free kicks are taken by Iskander, Ferdiancia, Ramadan, and Tebboune. Iskander, Ferdiancia, Ramadan, and Tebboune from both sides. There's some sense to this, I think. Let's have a look at the others too. Indirect deep is not taken for some reason. Iskander from deep. So the argument could be made that this is probably Ramadan's job, who is a playmakerish type. Or Tabune's job, who is a playmakerish type. From deep, I think it can always be done from the by the playmakers, right? That makes sense. The indirect wide can also be argued should be made by the wide players. Their free kick taking is so absurdly bad, though, with the exception of Ferdiancia. Iskander will probably play as an attacking midfielder, so maybe we don't want to use him there. From wide positions. He's a rubbish crosser. That doesn't make sense, does it? Indirect wide, maybe we put him out of the equation. And, well, we will prefer Ferdiancia basically on both sides, because he's the only one that is borderline capable of taking free kicks. And for the ones that are to be taken direct, we can probably include them according to their free kick taking. Iskander even has some long shots, not bad. Alright, throw-ins. Let's go with these. So Utama on the left, if he ever makes it onto the pitch, yeah, sure. Yusuf prior to Malik, I wouldn't have known. I guess they will never be on the pitch at the same time anyway. And as you can see, so the long throws are absurdly bad for all of them, right? Doesn't make sense. So we will take the short ones and the stupid ones for this. Retain possession first and foremost. That, or we try to target the target forward or something. So that their long throw taking doesn't matter much. But we need to find a setup that doesn't use their good long throw taking. And we have a ton of set pieces throughout the entire season to look at. And we will probably find out that we should have adapted set pieces a long time ago, if we look at this. But whatever. Maybe it helps. Alright. Oh. So, what do we do? Well, let's have a look at corners first. The attacking midfielder up front. I mean, I guess that makes some sense. He's usually a pacey guy. Or at least somewhat pacey. And in the back, he will not have a little bit. So he can stay forward, that makes sense. This guy usually is the playmaker at the edge of the area, that makes sense. Because he's the one to distribute the ball, right? The passing is very important. Sadly, he has 2 points of concentration, but what can you do? Then we have Moody as well as Verdiancia in the back. I have my problems with that. I think a setup like this makes a lot of sense. But on the other hand, he's not really good at getting to the ball, neither is Verdiancia. Well, from a pace perspective and so on, they are okay, but no strength whatsoever. The problem is they are pacey and that's it. So maybe we can use him to close down the corner taker. No, he's rubbish at that too. There's just no use for them whilst defending corners. Jorge Cesar, on the other hand, is very useful, and we've seen that in matches actually. It's just his heading. He's okay with this. So he can go back. We might also argue that maybe he wants to mark a tall player. Stuff like this. He does have the jumping reach for that. Not sure if his marking is any good. If he goes back, he relies on his positioning. Otherwise, with marking a tall player, he would rely on his marking. He's bad at both, so doesn't matter much. Just let him go back and hope for an accidental header. I think that's probably better. In particular, I think it's rubbish to expect of him to mark a player if he can't just stand there and jump for the ball wherever he sees it. He sees fit. Does it make sense? Hope so. Are these all? So this is Sukipto, who drops back in defensive corner situations. Yeah, but they do zonal marking in this setup. If we tell him to mark a tall player, then we do not have the zonal defense here. And I very much like this 3-man defense in here. This gets rid of the most dangerous, the most dangerous headers, I guess. I'm not so sure about these out here. So obviously these are not good headers and not good jumpers. So to have them mark an area of the box zonally, maybe that doesn't make much sense. Maybe it should be something like this. Malik closes down the corner taker in case there is some sort of short corner taking. I have rarely seen that, but it might happen. And the same can be said here. Maybe he should just go back. Or, I don't know, how's his marking? His positioning is good though. No, his marking is worse. So assuming he just goes back, that probably helps. I do not necessarily think we need him to mark this zone specifically. So my problem now is your recommendation, Jaron Nullet, to have a center back mark a tall player comes at the detriment of these 3 positions. We would need to get rid of one of these. And I'm not really willing to part with these. I hope that's understandable. If we had another tall player with good marking on the pitch, I would follow your recommendation immediately. We don't though, so I guess there's that. This is defensive corner defending, right? It is a defensive way. Yeah, but he has problems with positioning. So he might not be in the zone there. Like this. That's not the first time that I've done this. I realized that this zone is much more important than marking a player. At least that's my conclusion so far. I think we had this with Ishak Al Holmstrom back at Hogtals like this, in a way like this, with the striker in front of the keeper. And that was with, I think with his name was Ishak, right? You know that pressing forward that was entirely incapable of scoring. The one with finishing 4. That scored a hat-trick at one point. But, so now we can put him on Mark Tall player, for example. His marking's good. Alright, you got a point here. So the argument isn't much about Jorge Cesar moving back, though. The argument is about this guy, Sukipto, being really good at marking and only okay at positioning. So for him to mark a tall player makes sense. His jumping is not good, though. There's always something wrong. There's always something. Let's save this routine. Defensive corner, defending right. And the same to the left, right? So we'll also close him down. He can stay here. This is okay. This is alright. He can go here. And say we tell him to man mark. Mark a tall player. Might as well just player mark. Doesn't matter. Okay, mark a tall player. Hopefully that helps. Defensive corner defending left. Let's save this here. Alright, let's have a look at the attack setup. So, from the left side, somebody, in this case Malik, who is a rubbish corner taker, will take a corner. And Jorge Cesar is the one to go for the header. This is not fitting anymore. This is back from the ancient times where Isha played here on a constant basis. So maybe let him come short. He's not that bad at it, actually. He has most of what is needed for this, somewhat. So maybe this draws out a defender. For him to go for the header, I think that makes sense. We can agree that this is the most sensible approach, right? We scored a lot of goals like this, and, well, we failed to score even more. But in the end, Jorge Cesar gets to most of these headers. Or to, not to most of them, but to a large proportion of them. I'm not so sure about these two. Seems like they barely make an impact. And our corner taking is not rubbish enough to go for the long post. So I don't know what these are doing back here. We could have one stand at the near post on the other hand. Something like this. To look at the near post to overload this area and maybe here. So now we have some empty space back here that is not covered by anyone. I mean, we could push him forward. He has good off the ball movement, that's it. Not sure. Far post is a decoy. Well, who's the decoy then? Who's going there? He's shit there, that's for sure. He's definitely one to lurk outside, maybe. There's one. So who's going for the keeper then? Nobody to challenge the keeper? I mean, I guess it's not that relevant to challenge the keeper, right? Because the keeper would need to come out and claim the ball at the near post, which is a very risky move. If he does that and he dives under the ball for some reason, then the one at the far post is not a decoy anymore. All of a sudden he's right where he belongs. And these two here, he might also block the way of the keeper in a way, accidentally. I see, yeah. That makes sense, yes. That makes sense. Usually though, what I've witnessed in the games so far is that Jorge Cesar is usually paired with 3 players that try to mark him, and he still outjumps them some of the time. So, yeah. Hopes are it continues this way. I'm not happy with this, actually. I think this is crap. I mean, Okay, it's Moody after all. He's rubbish at attacking the ball from deep. Why is that? Same with Morgan Moody. Yeah, I see. That makes sense. And him lurking at the near post also makes this dangerous in case the ball is a little bit misplaced. Because either the near post is not marked at all, or the near post is marked usually by a small player. You don't put your central defender at the near post, right? And well, if you do, he has a decision problem. So maybe that's not a bad idea. I want to come up with something out here though. So we can attack the ball from deep with one of these, not with Tabuni. His heading and jumping is really bad. Yes, Boomdo. So on the right winger position is definitely not one to go here. His off the ball movement is good and the rest of it is absolutely unsuitable. Imbiri, well, I think Imbiri's size and stuff speaks for himself. Yeah, I'm going according to the attributes though. Yeah, and the attributes here say he has no jumping, no heading, no finishing. He's bad at this. Lurking outside the area comes with some benefit from a defensive perspective. So that's also what we see in corner taking most of the time. Even if we do not succeed, we recycle possession in some of these. This just seems suitable, I think, to have him in the back. And in his case, same. He's a good defender. His teamwork is bad, but overall, I think he will cover nicely defensively. Maybe this is a case of don't fix what's not broken. Maybe just let this continue like this. So this is defensive near post corner left. Defensive near post corner left, this one. So the right one too. On the right side, it would be Moody himself who takes the corner. Jorge Cesar as a striker. This guy is not needed, so I guess we can put him here. And this is not fitting. Great. This is not what I was going for. Fuck off. Where is it here? Shit. Oh, thank you very much. Okay, let's go back to defending. Did this change anything here? No. Defensive corner defending left. It is. That's just... I think this is just a word confusion though. No, it is okay. The defensive is not the scenario. This is the tactic. It has a similar name though, because it puts these in a separate folder of set pieces. I think you can see this here. So this is defensive near post corner left. This is an attacking corner though, like the attacking corner scenario, but it is not to be confused with this, which has the same name, which is rubbish. But if I want to save this, it's in a separate folder. You see? Or it is whatever. Another one. Yeah, it's badly named. True. But well, to come up with these names is rubbish anyway. I have a hard time with that. Gotta be honest about that. Okay, so no problem here. Let's go back to this. Alright. So him out here doesn't... that's not that bad, is it? Moody taking the corners, yeah, we can debate that. According to the other tactic, it should be like this. Him out here is fine, him out here is fine, and him out here, well, he's... I don't know. For him to stay back doesn't make much sense, to mark your keeper doesn't make sense, go forward doesn't make sense, look at far post doesn't make sense. So I guess he might lurk outside. It doesn't show here, but at least he can use his pace outside here. Cesar's heading is only 10. Central defenders have heading 8 and heading 7, so he actually has the best heading. But I'm doing this according to jumping reach, more or less. And the jumping reach of Halim is a little bit better, but his heading is worse. Whilst Cesar's jumping reach is 1 point worse, but his heading is better. Also, look at the rest of the attributes. There's a slight influence of stuff like off-the-ball movement and finishing, for example. And from that perspective, yeah, it's definitely harsher Cesar. I think that's more or less a no-brainer, isn't it? Now, if we did not have a target man or target forward, very different situation. But in this case, we should basically leverage the presence of the target forward as much as possible. And so let me save this. Yet another badly named one. This is defensive near post corner, right? So defensive tactic, near post corner at the right. That's fine. I want to go to the tactic though, and put on Isha for a second. Where is he? There we go. Let's go back to corner taking. So in this situation, it would be Isha. That's not bad either, is it? His heading is only 8, but he still has the 14 points of jumping reach. So that's what we are used to anyway from the tactics. He is a decent target forward, he just doesn't know how to play the role. For next season, actually, the argument can be made that we have enough other shadow strikers. Maybe we should focus him on target forward straight throughout the next season. And, well, we can also, I think, see this in his attribute progress. Even if he doesn't progress much, where the hell is target forward? Here. His strength is a little bit low. So assuming we train him like this, there's no changes whatsoever to his overall attributes. I mean, I guess there's some sort of change going more towards Shadow Striker, which we can see here. Where is he? There. So as a Shadow Striker, he improved a little bit, but he declined overall with the technical ability. That's more or less also according to our training setup. So I don't know. It's my fault. He's capable as a Shadow Striker, but he might as well do as a target forward. And given that we have... Yeah... I do not disagree. For a complete forward though, so the likes to lob keeper is more or less unimportant. The gets into a position area basically is the trait for target forwards though, if I'm not mistaken. Is this the former static target man? I think so. Or it is something very similar to this. No, this is well, he will look to make runs from deeper positions to get into the opposition's penalty area. So in a way, this is a Shadow Striker trait, if you want to phrase it that way. Because he comes from deeper positions. Yeah. Well, yes and no. Let's go back to this. Hold a ball and dribble less is on for a target forward. If we set him to complete forward, he dribbles more, not less. And this is also shown, well, this is hidden, I think, in the game. But a target forward basically has very limited space that he can well, move in. It says hold up ball here. Let me have a look again. Yeah, he does hold up ball too. It does not say hold position. But, in fact, he might. A complete forward roams. Yep, true. And also the more risky passing and so on. That all of this makes some sense. I like complete forwards, as a disclaimer. I really love them, actually. But the problem I have with them is they are not in the penalty area. They are very prone to crossing the ball themselves. They pick up the ball in wide areas and then they cross it somehow. That might make sense for Isha, but definitely not for Jorge Cesar. And even in the situation of Isha crossing the ball or, picking it up outside and running with the ball, he's not that fast. So, I don't know. Might even out. Might be a problem. I guess it depends. But we can certainly try playing Isha as a complete forward in the future. I am not opposed to the idea. Yes. Yes, I agree. There's basically 3 options up front. Well, there's 4 options up front here for a role to pair with a Shadow Striker. He needs a creative passer. Well, no. He either needs a creative passer, so that would be complete forward or maybe deep lying forward. Or he does need somebody that is absolute brawn, like a target forward, or maybe a defensive forward on support duty. Somebody that holds up the ball and outmuscles the opponent. So far, we went with big man, little man. To perfection, actually. More or less. Because Jorge Cesar is definitely a big man, so target forward makes sense. It's very good. It's very good. Isha is a creative passer. I realized this prior to the stream also, if I can find him. If you look at this, you can certainly see that he's a very gifted playmaker too. He just has traits that are absolutely not playmakerish. Right? He's not the one to set up the play. He's the one to play the final pass. So, from that perspective, even though he has the attributes for everything that's needed for a playmaker role, in particular the more attacking ones, he should be the one to roam around the edge of the penalty area, preferably. So left side, right side, I don't care much. For example, I mean, look at this. He might even play as a Raumdeuter. We can certainly try. For this season, though, I will not switch his role all of a sudden. I will continue to use him as some sort of Shadow Striker that goes to target forward from time to time for the last 4 games. We did it all season like this, and it does give us some relief, though, to use him as a complete forward next season, because we don't have a replacement. Hi, welcome to the stream.
Hey, yet another member for the fan club.
Are you quite sure it's not a self-help group?
Also that. Feel free to ask questions and, I don't know, tell us about you, Lewis. It's all fine here. Thanks. We are doing a tactical revamp. So, what brings you to the stream? Oh, I can see already. Well. Okay. So let's go back to this. Set pieces, corners, that should be okay. Oh. Well, that is very kind of you. So just for the rest of the watchers, I just received a very kind fuck you for noting that he is a digital artist willing to sell stuff, and now he will go. Great. These people. For some reason, the community acquaintances that I made that do the streaming themselves, and particularly the ones that are in German language, they do not seem to be pestered by digital artists and promoters and stuff all the time. It's only if you have an English channel, apparently, for some reason, or English-speaking channel. I don't know. That or I have target written on my head. Not sure about that. Oh, okay. Alright. Free kicks. So, I have my doubts about free kicks, because I don't know what to do with these. I'm really bad at this. So far, for most of this... Well, I do not agree with this, though, do I? He can help to form a wall, maybe? Oh no, he's rubbish at it, I see. Him at the edge of the area makes some sense. So do we still want a 3-man wall here? I mean, I guess we could use him like this. Him being in the wall is not fantastic, but why not? In fact, him being back is probably better. Mark a tall player, you're good at this. These all staying in the back is fine. And then we have a 2-man wall basically formed by our wingers. So in case it gets blocked, they might be fast enough to pick it up, but really the wall's rubbish. It's the ones that are of no use defending otherwise. And the attacking midfielder stays forward. I shouldn't let this stuff get to me, but still, these people trying to sell stuff on stream are really so annoying. And apparently, if you are direct with them and just tell them how it is, that they have no chance of selling stuff, they also insult you. So thank you very much for that. Oh, okay. I just don't want to waste their time. I guess we achieved that. Alright, I want him in the back, I think. We found out that this is akin to a corner taking situation. So for him to mark a player, probably not a bad idea. And these two can go back though. Something like this. This is defensive wide right, yeah, that makes sense. So we'll save this. And then we'll do the same on the left, I guess. Yeah, similar setup. So we put back the striker. We put these to go back only. The wall will remain the same, and he belongs back here to mark a player. Doesn't necessarily need to be a tall player, but yeah, most likely it will be. And he will be at the edge of the area. So there's that. Save routine, this is defensive wide left. Alright. And then there's indirect deep. So from deep positions, we expect a long ball. There's not much we can do, right? We'll go with a similar setup here. Okay. What did we say? Mark player, right? Here we go. Let's have this. Also, the term fuck you is now on the banned words list. Who could have guessed? Save this. So this is defensive deep left, and we will do the same on the right. Let him mark a player, let these be around here. That should work. So we're focusing on the middle. If they go down the wing and have a really good crosser or some creative passing option with this, we will have a problem. But you can barely defend. Well, you cannot defend all of it, right? It's just the way it is. Alright. Let's also skip through these here. This is somewhat okay. What do we do on the left? Insert doubt here. So I guess with direct free kick it makes some sense. The striker is more important in the wall than somewhere forward or in the back, because they will go for goal anyway with direct free kick most of the time. So for him to block the ball is a good idea. How do they do this in professional football though? Do you know? Like who do they put into the wall? I guess we'll do it like this anyway. Oh, not with the playmaker-ish type though. Yeah, but my question isn't how many, it's who's in there. So, if for example we have a striker and two central defenders, and the striker is tall and the two central defenders are tall, just like in the setup, the best choice for the wall would be to put all three of these in the wall. Then there's no defenders in the penalty area anymore, so that will probably not be the way it is set up usually. Because you need the central defenders back in the wall, back in the penalty area, in case it's the ball's crossed. So how do they do this? Honest question, I don't know. This is to the right. Yeah. I wouldn't need to. True. Okay, so we have a two-man wall in most of the times, and a three-man wall in case it's a free... Yeah. I got the gist. That's not a bad idea. I think I agree with that. Okay, so we did all of this. Did we do attacking free kicks? No, we didn't. Now we're getting into the meat of things. Okay, so our free kick taker in this standard setup would be Ferdiancia. This is for the direct free kick. And he would also do the wide ones, and Tabuni would do the one from deep. Okay. So far, that's fine. My first question is, well, we cannot make do the direct free kicks anyway, so he will take the shot most of the time. His long shots is 1, off to a great start already. Given that he is the free kick taker, and I guess in a less direct one, we can go with a cross, because actually his passing is better than his crossing. On the other hand, we might be able to target the best header. I mean, I guess that's the easiest way to do things, right? Given that we have a good target forward. But let's go back to direct free kick first. So he lurks outside area, that seems reasonable. He gets forward, that seems reasonable too. These two, not sure what they do up front here. And he's just here. I don't know. He doesn't serve much purpose there. Not that it matters much. Might as well lurk with the other one. He's better at lurking actually than at attacking the near post, I guess. In this setup, there is nobody to stand with the taker, so we might as well put him to stand with the taker. Will not help much, but in case he doesn't take the shot for some reason, Might be a good idea to have Tabuni around as a passing target. Him forward I can see. And we push the 2 central defenders forward. Why? I mean, I guess I get the gist. We need to score. Okay, cool. How do we score from a free kick? How does this include the central defenders being forward? Scoring from a direct free kick. It is powered towards goal anyway. So shouldn't they... They cannot disrupt wall anymore. This is not allowed anymore, is it? So we just push them all forward in hopes that there is some confusion in the penalty area and that's it. Is that all the concept that is to this? Most likely. Okay, so this is defensive direct right, it seems. Here we go. Now let's do the left one. Same here, I don't see him lurking outside. I think this is back from, this is from Ari being played here. Or derived from Ari being played here, because he's tall. So, if we would be very specific, we would want to use a different setup once Ari plays there. We are not very specific though, so let's be more cautious about this. This is the defensive formation after all. He's not the one to stand with Taker, he is. Alright. The rest of them, same setup. Defensive direct left, yeah, that's it. Okay. Then we go direct with a small chance of a shot. I'm out of my depth already. So it says long here. Do we agree with this? I don't know. Probably go for the best header. Because, you know, there's one available here. And I don't agree with this. He's rubbish going forward. Lurking outside the area, he's much better. And I will probably do the same with him. He might remain... Well, might. But if he stands with Taker, we basically have the same setup, more or less. And I do not want to concede under any circumstances, so 3 in the back is not bad for me. It's in particular in the defensive formation. We are not going for everybody go forward and distract them from Jorge Cesar. We are going for, well, we will be cautious about this, and if Jorge Cesar scores a goal, then it's fine. So this setup reflects that, doesn't it? Because we also pull players out of the penalty area quite a lot. We're just trying to find his head, and if we do, well, good luck. So this is defensive best header DSC left. Fuck me, okay. There it is. Defensive header DSC left. Direct small chance DSC. I'm really good with naming conventions. And we will do the same here. So this is obviously the wrong name. I will overwrite this in a second or two. Near post and far post. Did we do this to the left too? Yeah. You think we should go for near post and far post or just go forward? Just like this, right? No use going for the near post and the far post. 3 towering men, 1 going for the header, that makes sense. Defensive header DSC left. There is no defensive header DSC right so far. Good. Okay, so him being... No. Lurk outside. He can remain here. He can lurk outside alongside him. He's the one to stand with Taker, because his passing's good. He gets forward, he gets forward, he gets forward. This this, and this seems reasonable. And we will save this. Defensive header DSC right. Defensive header DSC right. There it is. We had it. Alright. Next. Indirect from wide positions. So it says long here. I don't think I agree with this anymore. From a wide area, we can certainly use a cross. For example, for the best header. You know, like you do. So I guess that makes some sense. He stands with taker, because why not? He can remain here. He's to lurk outside. I know this is the most important part of Football Manager that is also really exciting. So I bore myself already. Sorry for doing that, but I guess it's needed. So this is defensive header wide right. Like this. Defensive header wide right. Overwritten. And let's do the left. We will go for the best header. This is okay. You lurk. You lurk. You stay back, that's fine. You stand with keeper. You go for the best header. You get forward. You get forward. And you get forward. What's this up here? Nothing. Okay. That should do. This is defensive header wide left. Defensive header wide left is here. And now we have from deep waiting for us. So from deeper positions, it is Tabuni. Tabuni is a rubbish crosser. So, fuck. He's not a good crosser, as I said. His free kick taking isn't great either. He does have good passing though. From deep. So this means it will be played from a midfield line or something, right? What's the most sensible instruction for this? We could try to go with long ball. So say we go towards near post. And then we put somebody at the near post that's fast and has good off the ball movement and blah. That certainly would be a way to do it. Or our post or something. Same argument. But I mean, we could also go towards the best header. Because he might not score himself, but in the end, Jorge Cesar is the best way to build up a play here, isn't he? And we can have them lurk outside, and that improves reliability on the defensive side too. Nobody to stand with taker, and everybody goes forward, and that's it. So that will not create much of a chance. But on the other hand, it seems solid defensively. So this is defensive header indirect left. This doesn't exist yet. I guess it's not indirect, it's deep left. Now I'll find out that it exists. Or not. Okay. Defensive header deep left, and now we will have defensive header deep right. Same setup. Best header. They lurk. They are forward. Rest is in the back. Defensive header deep right. Defensive header deep right. Yeah, that makes sense. Alright. Did I forget something? throw-ins. This is not good. So defending throw-ins from the right, I think we should focus more on defending, I guess. So say... Well, I really have a hard time determining the right approach here. But say if we pull all of these back, even though they are bad at defending, putting all of these men in the back is probably... Can you remain there? Putting all of these men in the back gives us a slightly improved chance to win back the ball, I guess. I don't see why we would need to mark zonally though in this situation. Do we expect a really long throw straight into the penalty area? So, I don't know. You have an opinion on that? At corner taking, I can see why we would need zonal marking. Right? So, that makes sense. With throw-ins, I'm not so sure. Isn't it better to leave them going back? Everybody? I don't think there's a limit to those that go back. Maybe tell the central defenders, tell him to mark a player, tell him to mark a tall player, tell him to be at the edge of the area. So everybody's in the back. Yeah. Well, it might also be the fact that we defended them really well and it didn't come up in the replays. But this seems more reasonable to me. We have 3 specific instructions for those that are good at marking and good at marking tall players. So if they, for example, push the central defenders forward, that's probably better than someone marking the penalty area. And, well, there's still a goalkeeper that can come out and claim the ball. So I guess it's better to stick them to tall players or, well, a specific player. And the rest of them can just stay in the back. Him on the other side, I don't think he should go should be forward. Like, he's really good as a build-up option, I think. But if I compare this to Imbiri here, Imbiri is absurdly useless here. So we might as well keep him in the front. In case Isha plays here, well, all the better. But he can remain in the back. So we'll do this like this. Defensive defend throw right. Alright. We can just save this over, right? Yeah, perfect. We'll do the same to the left. Because this setup is way too attacking. And I don't like it. I don't know what got into me back then. He marks a tall player. He marks any player. He marks a tall player. He just goes back. He's alright here. He just goes back. He stays forward. He just goes back. And you can also just go back. Perfect. Defensive defend throw left. Yeah, that's true. We will keep it like this. Okay. And then the attacking stuff. So now it gets really weird. Because this setup is absurd to me. If this came up in the match, what I witnessed from time to time is that there's a chance created here, and the one picking the ball up in the penalty area seems to be Arianto. Or Malik. Where's Arianto? Yeah, so in this case, obviously not, but from the right side, what happens some of the time... Oh, I see. He's on stay back if needed. Yeah, that's useless. He should stay back. So, but that happens from time to time. That in these throw-in situations, the fullback is in front. That's not the way it is done here. I do not know what's going on here. So, I think I want short throws. Just to be safe. And I want them to be picked up by somebody so they can we can initiate build-up play again. We have reasonable creative processes, I think, in front. It's not our biggest strength. Biggest strength is him. But also this specific setup seems overly regulated. It's not like in corner taking situations, I can certainly see the appeal. In this situation, though, how about we go with go forward? And now we set up crossing opportunities. So these two, he lurks outside the area for some reason, I don't see that. In fact, I think it should be switched like this. And we will go short. So in this short setup, there's 3 players that can pick up the ball because they come short, and there's 1 lurking outside the area. That seems okay. Yeah, definitely. Out of these 3, 1 can play a decent pass, and 2 can, well, they should do some crossing. They are not good at it, but maybe they do it, or they run with the ball. This seems reasonable. These 2 stay in the back at all times. I think that's okay too. Yeah, definitely. And these 3 are just up front in the penalty area to receive, to be header targets. So this will be defensive short throw left. Defensive short throw left. We'll go with this. And now we'll do the same to the right. I do have a hard time determining what's a good approach here though. So I'm very happy to listen to instructions. This is more or less the same. Fine. This is defensive short throw right. Defensive short throw right. Here we go. Alright. Now we have nothing to do but to save all routines. And we call this set pieces defensive. Okay. Let's go to penalties for a second. Samardi, Cesar, Tama. Imbiri prior to Permana, yeah, that makes sense. In fact, Permana's probably not want to go for penalties, despite his penalty taking. Moody, and we put on Isha here. Because Isha has decent composure, it seems. Okay. Now, bonus question, does this work if we load it here? Let's go towards this. Routine, load all routines, set pieces defensive, load. Praise the Lord, or whatever. And we'll load it here too. Oh. This saved me like 5 hours now. Obviously I would need, well, in some cases maybe I want other set piece setups here. But so far, I'm okay with this. Alright. Back to this. Let's finally skip those 6 days forward. Or did I forget anything? The specific player roles in the specific tactics. That's something that I need to set up. Individual instructions and stuff. Oh. Okay. 1 hour 30 minutes into the stream, and I did nothing but set up set pieces. Getting faster though. It feels like I might have done this earlier throughout my football manager career, if you want to call it that. Seriously? What? Like, to be fair, that's how I feel. So thank you very much for that one. But is it like, seriously, you just spent 1.5 hours on this? Or is it like, seriously, you complain about this? What is it? No. Well, sorry, man. It's just the way it is in Football Manager. I think it was Mika Billion that told me last time out. Well, might have been last time out. You know, it all gets jumbled up at the top of my head. Who told me like, yeah, to be fair, you haven't talked to players for half an hour. It's really boring. So I did something else whilst watching it. And to be fair, I can certainly see why that is. It is absurdly boring once I go through all of this training stuff so that everybody has perfect morale prior to the match. But it's important, so I guess I'll do it. It's busy work. I don't mind. In other games, I wouldn't do this. But in Football Manager, I'll do it. Okay, none of these is one of our players. So we might as well vote for Tvisa Putra, because I don't care. Oh, unsure his loan ends. Yeah, that's something that I forgot about. We will do some planning for the squad of next season, obviously, alongside the end of this season. Also, there's a full scout report here. And apparently they play a possession-based system, that's alright. Pressing high to win the ball back. Look to play out of defense and create chances through patient, short passing build-up play. So we tried to drop deep formation today, and most likely it will not work, and then I will hate myself. But I set this up now. We will make a commitment. I will go through with this even if we drop out of the cup. Well, whatever happens, after these 2 matches, we will not play an additional cup match this season. That I can promise. Ugh. That said, if we lose, we still get 69k, I think. Obviously, I want double that, which is what a winning gives. Also, winning gives Champions League starting spot, if I'm not mistaken. So that's a lot of money. Just imagine that. Being promoted and then winning the cup and playing the Champions League immediately. We need to get this done. Just for the absurdity of the situation. Okay. His loan is about to finish. Ooh. So, I guess come along with me. Do we want this guy back or don't we? Where's the report? He made 40 appearances, scored 2 goals, 3 assists. He is interested in an extension. To be fair, back with us, he probably wouldn't play. So he is bound by contract till 32. They pay his wages. And he is with whom? Whatever. That's a non-league team. He doesn't gain experience there. What do we do? I think we'll get him back and try to find him a second league club, won't we? In hopes that he got a little bit better. His potential is really low, but given that he didn't develop recently, this might just be the heuristic for him not developing at all, right? So, also, I mean, I guess he's a better central defender than Iman Putra, who's also older. So we can get him back. Oh no, one moment. He will come back now. We need him. Well, not now. We cannot register him, so he can remain there until the end of the season. Can't we? Say we propose an extension until the end of the season. Does that make sense? Yeah. They don't want him anymore. Great. There's also 2 lone players that have returned. Alright. So, scouting for this guy has finished. Who is not that interesting, I think. Apparently this is one for the future. Why? Harry Rice. Due to the bravery and determination, really? I guess the pace might be reasonable for a 19-year-old. Seems like Arianto all over again, really small. Good tackling though. Teamwork seems okay. Alright, we'll continue scouting. No, one moment. Oh, he's getting released. I will offer him a trial and continue to scout him. Yeah, sure. This guy, Ritsky Lubis. I think I've had myself enough of fullbacks that are snails. Is it even a thing, by the way, in like English-speaking country? In Germany, they say for people that are slow, they argue that they are snails because, you know, snails are slow. But I don't know if this is a wordplay that works in English, actually. You might have been confused all the time. What's he talking about? Why is he slimy? So let me know if I did some rubbish stuff there, language-wise. Snail is common. Okay. Well, to imply somebody is slow, right? So, okay. I probably did make a fool of myself in other topics, but yeah. This one too. Okay, so I don't know. I guess the question is, would we like to have him for something else, like ball-winning midfielder or something? And it doesn't seem that appealing, so I guess no, we don't. On the other hand, he might be a model citizen, but I'm not gonna scout for that. That's reasonable pace, maybe? Yeah, slothful lazy makes sense, yeah. In German we have a word for that. Like similar to sloth. The word is Faulpelz. I gotta have a look how that translates there. Let's see. It's lazy bones. Apparently. So, a little bit different, but the meaning is similar. Alright. Why does he have Halim's face? Okay. So, for a left back, he has decent jumping, actually. That's not too bad. Decent leadership, too. Positioning's a bit off. I don't know. He is... also... You think so? Okay, well, if you say so. We'll offer him a trial. I'll go with your recommendation. He is D rating right now. We gotta be careful with this. First of all, these ratings are lackluster at best. And second of all, well, if we play somebody through season in, season out, a D rating might be just fine. Because he might be the person that we need that develops up until B and C rated for the club in this position. And we just have a constant player there. Somebody that doesn't get sold, and somebody that puts his performance on the pitch and is okay-ish. That's not the worst decision ever, if it works. So sometimes it might be fine. Because if you just go hunting for bargains all the time, there's a lot of fluctuation in the squad. He's somewhat slow. In Indonesia, that will probably not work. He is somewhat tall too, but also technicals are off. In particular, the offensive ones. I don't like this one. Oh, Romat. That doesn't look that bad. Attacking fullback, it says. He was on 120. He seems to have some technical skills. Tackling's a bit bad, positioning is a bit bad. This is an attacking option. As it clearly stated. So, I guess the question is... Yeah, well, you do that. I guess the question is, do we want to use him as some sort of attacking option? Let's offer him a trial and find out if he, for some reason, has good personality or something. And then there's also Purnomo. I'm confused. I know nothing about this guy. Offer him a trial and continue scouting, I guess. He fails to attract any additional interest, so he will come back. Okay. Given that we need some to skip some time anyway, I will do a break now and go to the restroom too. Charonald initiated this. You gotta thank him for this. BRB. Okay. So, where do we go? They rejected all the trial bids, and apparently Fawzi is still arguing with officials, which is bad. So, we put him on the same training again. That or, I don't know. We focus him on his game. He's not horrible at this though, is he? I don't like players arguing with officials. I don't like his personality neither. We might be able to learn him out at some point though. So if he develops a little bit, that would be great. His worst stat is dribbling, crossing, and off the ball movement. I guess off the ball movement and anticipation makes some sense here. So we'll go with that. He might bring along the movement. He might not bring along the technicals, but at least the movement we can train for. So hopefully that helps. Okay. So Sia Putra's loan ends pretty soon. This is the first time in a while that we changed something with the tactics. Oh, Celestio has turned 17. He's in the senior team right now. Has no bad traits whatsoever. I'm not sure if I want to train him in anything. I think so far he can focus on his attribute training. His decision making is a bit off. His marking is a bit off. Bravery is good, heading not so much. Strength is even lower. But strength will probably develop a little bit. I think we'll go with defensive positioning. His marking needs to change. He has wonderful teamwork and decent work rate too. So I think he might actually stand a chance of making it to the first team if he develops. Which doesn't look that likely so far. That said, we barely play him, so yeah. I mean, who's wondering about that? Okay. Let's hope for a good match against PS Barita Putra. They played with us one league below last season. Sorry, gotta do this for a second. Seems like I forgot an important birthday, so I needed to do that. You know, that stuff's important. We are set for a record points haul. Nice. We just need to win more than one game here. Well, we need to win one and get a point from the other. No guarantees, obviously, but we'll try. Yeah, it's fine, Tyrannolet. Have a nice day, man, in case we don't hear each other again. You're always welcome, and as is your advice. So, have a good time, man, and hope to see you soon. Maybe, in case you're still around, I will maybe do a stream tomorrow too. Probably throughout the day, so whatever that means for you time-wise. But it's likely that I will do that, given that I have the whole day to myself tomorrow. So, you've been informed. That's it. Have a good day, man. So, he pulled his abs muscle. Damn. Well, let's leave him to the physio to recover. I don't think we need him. Now I have my assistant manager will be left now, given that Chernobyl leaves. Now I will need to find out myself what to do tactics-wise in the match against Barita Putra. The good part is we can have a look at the players' training now, without boring anyone to death. So, that seems good. How's his morale? That seems okay. So I guess we praise him for the good training, as always. Good stuff. Form says 6.7 last time out, that's not fantastic. I guess no chances created, and we can definitely argue a little bit with him, so we'll criticize this. Perfect. Imbiri can do with some, you know, little bit pressure. His work rate improved a little bit, apparently. No complaints about Moody's training performance, that's for sure. That said, his morale overall is not good. What's going on with him? 6.7 rating, he did create chances last time out. They just didn't convert him, as it seems. We took him off at minute 72. According to performance, I'm not so sure why we did that. I guess he could have scored. So, we will praise him for the tackling though, that's 2 out of 2. In his case, that's good. Better. No problems with the conduct, and I think he's a perfect role model for the rest of the squad, so we might as well tell him. He is a fantastic influence, so that's just true. That's why we brought him into the club anyway. Arianto's training performance has been good. Problem is there's no development, but his training performance, no complaints. Now, on the pitch though, this reminds me of players in Stuttgart, I think, that are really good at training, and that's about it. Not these days, but formerly that happened from time to time. One particular example comes to mind. But anyway, I think we will criticize him for the lack of chances created. He accepts this. Perfect morale now. Owen! Well, Mr. Owen, there is a bit of a lack of development here in terms of attributes, but you still have a few years in you, so hopefully you will get there at some point. Let's have a look at the form. 6.7 last time out, did concede 1. 23 passes, 23 completed. I guess that goes down as perfect passing, right? We will end this chat. I will not praise him for this. I wanted to praise the passing, but apparently I cannot do that. I can just criticize his passing, whatever that means, SI. Why would I don't know. There's no option to praise a goalkeeper's passing. There's just an option to criticize him for it. Why would you do it like that? Okay. Prudiancia. Well, training performance has been good. I also like the development. Hell, he might make it to 2 points of concentration at some point. So that's good. He is awkward with his position role and duty. What the hell? What's going on there? That is... Well, triggering the press seems awkward to him, okay. We will go through the next 2 matches and find out if they can learn this. So, for the Ansia though... He was suspended last time out apparently, so I guess we will play him this time. No other comments to be made. His vision still improves. I actually think the rest of his attributes are fine. I would love to train him in a more general manner, to give him some other attributes though. But I don't want to get rid of his familiarity with the role. So I would love to put him on roaming playmaker or something to distribute this a bit more evenly. I don't think he'll get there though. On the other hand, I mean, I guess if he improved... No, he will not. Abedin's training is fine, that's good. Good stuff. Celestio trains well, so we might as well tell him. as does Malik. Yeah, okay, good. Problem is, he does not belong to the club, and neither will he anytime soon. 6.2 rating. Great. Yeah, we cannot criticize. Well, I guess we can criticize him for the match. But no creative passing, sir. There you go. Thanks for accepting. He trains well. I did not want for his stamina to improve. I wanted the work rate to go up. But apparently stamina is all we can do right now. This is okay. Hopefully we will make it to 9 or 10 points of vision at some point. And then all of a sudden he might just be tolerable as a playmaker. For now he's an emergency replacement. So Kipto improved in agility. Okay, well, it's something. It does seem reasonable to have this as a ball-winning midfielder though, because he needs to move around a lot and follow his target. Whoever that is. Arianto, well done. Hermana, also well done. Off the ball movement went a little bit up. That's not bad. Halim, I have seen better of you, but on the other hand, I'm fine with this. In particular, the composure went up a little bit, which is great. There's Yusuf. Okay. Do we praise him? Yeah, sure. 8.0 is fine. And below that, I will not praise the players, I think. This is our standard, 8.0 or above. Anything below is not good enough. He accepted the warning without a comment. Maybe I should have fined him on a 6.1 rating. Who knows? Okay, there's a positive effect by the mentoring unit apparently on Iman Putra. That's good. Let's have a look at the mentoring unit for a second. Iman Putra's mentoring unit is the one with no traits whatsoever. That is fairly pro. So hopes are that we can change his personality to fairly pro or something in that direction at least. He is a bit old to have sweeping changes in personality though. And this one, which is one of ours, has left his agent. Is he important to us? He just came back. He belongs in the under 18s. He's one of those that came back. Well, so let's have a look. He's actually tall enough to be central defender. The problem is, well, in particular in Indonesia, he's tall enough to be central defender. My problem with that, as a central defender, he lacks all the heading. Bravery is bad too. And his pace is 4. 4 freaking points of pace. I don't think so. He has really good positioning and tackling though, and no complaints about strength and jumping reach. As a ball-winning midfielder, well, his pace is still 4. That's less attributes that are missing though. Well, the agility is also 4, but in the mental department in particular, that's less attributes missing. So my argument here would be, let's train him as a ball-winning midfielder. Once more. And I guess I'll go with nothing else here. Let him just focus on that. He might go out on loan again though. In the under 18s, this is one of those that needs a change in personality and has no traits so far. So if we can mesh him together with two other players that have no traits, well, the personality can only improve, right? At least the ambition stuff can only improve. Let's have a look at the under 18s. There might be... well, there's not that many players to train here. That is weird. Where does he play? Apparently as a wingback. Okay. So I guess we train him as a wingback. Oh, yeah, why not? He's trained as a segundo volante for some reasons. He trains as an inside forward. Not really a big fan. And his capabilities as an inverted winger are the same. Well, inverted winger on attack duty at least. That uses some of his mental stuff. The rest not so much. Sena, we just had a look at him. So I guess it begs the question. There are players in here that do not have traits. Can we go? Shall we slap them together and hope that their personality develops together? Let's have a look. Inside forward right, it says here. Okay. So these players are all inside forwards to the right to a degree. Yeah, that makes sense. Even the killer balls move makes some sense. And this is also left-footed guy. Okay, this makes sense. So who's left? Oh, this is all of the players from the first team too. Fuck. So Madrianto, Huda, and Amat. Where was I? Madrianto, Huda, and Amat. So this means Vayudin is available. He doesn't have a trait. He doesn't like the strength training though. Come on, man. These three are part of a mentoring group. He hugs line. He doesn't. Saputra. And Sena doesn't have a trait either. So Vayudin, Saputra, and Sena. Vayudin, Saputra, and Sena would be an option. I don't know about their personalities yet. I just want to put them together. Vayudin, Sena, and Saputra, it says, right? Sena. And who's Saputra? There. An ambitious one. So that would pair an unambitious player with a mercenary and another unambitious player. Is that any good? I don't know. I certainly don't like mercenaries, that's for sure. Well, it might help out one of them, after all. Who knows? Okay. Well... What do we go for here? A win, right? As always. Let's see. So for the next match, we will go with the box standard lineup. There's no big problems here, I think. Morale is more or less fine. I guess we can play Malik, yeah, why not? I do not see much purpose in changing the central defenders either. Basically, I want them to get used to the tactical changes, so we need to play them. We will pull them off the pitch from time to time, though. Is there anyone here that absolutely needs to play? I guess Isha should come along, right? In this case, given that Ari is not fully fit, I guess Isha comes along, who is also not fully fit. Ah, I promised to rest him in case it's needed. Alright, he can rest on the bench and maybe have a few minutes. Let's not have him decline all too much. The rest of this looks reasonable, right? Putra, Ramadan, none of these matters much. I guess Sumantri is... But Sumantri did develop a little bit, so he deserves to be on the bench. Oh, position instructions. Okay. So, off to a great start. This guy is friggin' fast. Tight marking, probably not a good idea. Off the ball movement seems a bit off. His dribbling is not that great, his strength is not that great, he is brave though, so... I guess the best we can do is close him down. Because he seems to be nervous being closed down. So we'll trigger the press on him and hope for the best. Ramdani. Left-footed guy. If we show him to the right, he would need to rely on his passing a little bit more. He likes to run with the ball down the left anyway, so showing him onto the weaker foot is probably a very good idea. That's opposed to his trait. Yeah, I'd like to tackle him hard. His off-the-ball movement's good. So, tight marking, probably not. Might close him down though. That'll be a hard one. He doesn't look that impressive, but he's good enough to not to be dealt with in a specific manner. Iravan, on the other hand, it's also damn fast. It's basically the same, just with way less passing. So showing him to the inside, which this does, will probably result in misplaced passes, bad finishing, or preferably a long shots with long shots won. So in this case, it makes some sense, I think. Then we have the midfielders. So pressing these three is box standard if we face this kind of formation, I think. This happens most of the time, just due to the players that play there. This guy has really bad dribbling, his bravery is off, his strength is off, and his jumping reach is off. I don't care much about the rest. I immediately want to tackle him hard. Finishing is not good. Long shots are really good though. He shoots from distance, which is bad for us. He has good off-the-ball movement, so that's bad for us. We cannot mark him tightly, or we will have a hard time. This is also seen in the physicals overall. Whilst his strength and jumping reach leave much to be desired for, overall, the rest of his physical is fine. He will outrun his marker, or, I don't know, steal away from him. So, I guess we close him down and kick him to the face or something, because this is apparently the best that we can do. He has good passing and vision, and a good long shot, and also a good first touch and technique is fine too. He does not have composure. He does not have bravery. So, if we trigger the press on him, the best we can hope for is that he has a really hard time. He also knocks the ball past the opponent, so this is a perfect target for winning the ball back. He might overdo it with kicking the ball past the opponent. This guy is a good dribbler. He runs with the ball through center and shoots from distance too, and runs with... What's it with the long shots on these guys? Him though, we can mark tightly. The problem is this is a the worst of the two passers. So I guess we mark him tightly anyway, because he has off the ball movement 7. No hard tackling on him. It makes me cringe a little bit, given that he has bravery, I don't know, probably 5 or 6, and strength 1. So I would love to tackle him hard, but with that dribbling, probably not. Also show him to the weaker foot, please, and I guess we do the same with him. Because these both have decent long shots. And Shori, yeah, I feared so much. A defensive midfielder with really good vision and passing. Off the ball movement's crap. He is strong though. So marking him tightly, probably not a good idea. Tackling him hard, you can forget about that. Closing him down, well, maybe. What does it say here? It says trigger and press, yeah, we'll do that. And same here, decent long shots and stuff. So, dropping deep for defense. That will lure them towards goal, but we will have the problem that we will face the long shots all the time. This is really dangerous. I'm not sure if this is a good idea. On the other hand, they are so friggin' fast in most of these areas that we will have a hard time defending the pace otherwise. And as you can see here, there's other opportunities to win the ball back. He knocks the ball past the opponent, runs with ball down left. And apparently at the same time stays back at all times, so whatever that means. I still think we should trigger the press on him. He will go forward, from time to time at least. These are decent passes, sadly. Jumping reach is bad though, so going with the set pieces, yeah. Same here. We will probably stand a chance out jumping them. Him? Maybe not. He runs with the ball on right there. Yo, bravo. Welcome back to the stream. Right-footed only. So let's show him to the inside and hope for the best. Also knocks the ball past the opponent. They have a squad of players that knock the ball past the opponent and get forward. This is really attacking. Let's have a look at the keeper too. Ooh. This is decent aerial reach, decent command of area and communication, no problems there. Handling's fine, kicking's okay. What's the problem with this keeper other than, well, okay. He's their star player, I can see why. Personality is unambitious though, and the agility is low. Well, that's about it. The rest of it is totally fine. I didn't watch any of it, but you're welcome to share the details. Let's go. This is, by the way, this is the first match in 2.5 hours of stream. So, yeah. You missed, like, 1.5 hours of set pieces. You're welcome. But, as Charonellet put it, we gotta do it. And he's certainly right about that, so I did it. You saw highlights, 4-1. Okay. Well, maybe I'll have a look at highlights later. They are in second place form-wise, oh no. And we gotta go for revenge, obviously. I don't know. Individual players are overrated anyway. It's about the club's performance overall. Obviously, some individuals are very good players for their clubs, but if clubs rely on one player too much, doesn't sound healthy in the long term. This is a home game. I want us to win this. So prior to starting the stream, I figured we might as well make it to the first cup match at least. Yeah, no promises about that anymore, given how much time we wasted today. But at least let's go through this one. We've got a challenge at our hands, they are in good form. Apparently we enjoy more possession even though they try to go for it. It will be the other way around. Well, yes and no. But we'll argue it is about an injury, so that's a good excuse, isn't it? Nine goals in 38 matches for Mbiri. There's some room for improvement there. Well, the thing is, how long is he with them now? People tend to judge transfers after one season or something. And I realized at some point that randomness... Well, I guess I realized at some point is a weird statement. But randomness dictates a lot of stuff in life. And we tend to interpret patterns into it. So one season is not that much, actually. But well, there's decisions that are made after short time frames, all of the time, not specifically in football only. Oh, nice ball towards Moody. That's blocked. First finish of the match for us. But you know, think of the Freiburg goalkeeper in case you watched that match. Let me pause that for a second. SC Freiburg lost yesterday to West Ham United, I think, 2-1. And it was a goalkeeper's mistake of our under-21 goalkeeper, I think a German one, that lost them the game. Their manager, Christian Streich, said they will stick with him, because it's the Freiburg way. And to be fair, they had a lot of success with that. So let them have another 5 years. We'll see where this goes. But that's just the way it is sometimes. And with transfers in particular, they lack the security that players have that have been around the club for 10 years. That's a good one. Nice pass. Was offside though, sadly. The passing, I still think the pass was fine there. That's good by Halim. Mbiri doesn't win the header. So, what do you think of the low block so far? Oh no. Well, we give away a corner, and now we encourage the team, I guess? Do not give him a chance. Alright, let's have a look at the new corner defending setup. These three are the tall ones, so that makes some sense. He's the one to close down the corner taker. Nobody cares. Another corner. Is there a player that you think should have done better after being transferred or something? That absolutely declined? I can think of a name or two. Well done. Arianto, and that's a very long ball. Ibri doesn't win that one. Well, that would have been a surprise if Ibri won that one. Please, Malik, yeah. That's fine. Throw in by Alfred. Pogba. True. No. Don't let him create a chance. Yet another blocked shot. Well, was it a shot? I'm not sure. I thought of Dovedan actually. I'm not even sure if you know that guy. Nikolai Dovedan went from... I think from Heidenheim to Nuremberg. He more or less... well, it's probably overdoing it. Saying he destroyed the league with Heidenheim back in the day in the second league. But he was very good. As some sort of shadow striker-y type. And he never quite made it to his back to his undoubtedly existing potential. I don't know. I didn't follow that. You know, I'm sitting in Germany, so Premier League is not exactly what I do day in, day out. Also, all of the streaming services are absurdly expensive, so I have a hard time following all of that. If I did that on top of what I do as a person, I hope that makes some sense, you know. This is not my job after all. But if I did that on top of playing Football Manager on stream and working, well, I guess a regular 9-to-5 job, then, you know, I probably wouldn't have time for my imaginary girlfriend, so, not good. Ooh. Well done by Jorge Cesar. So Kipto, Moody, Malik again. Halim. There's a long ball towards Jorge Cesar, who wins the header. Ferdiancia is way faster. And whatever that is, it's blocked. We do stand a chance here. The quality of chances is definitely better on our side, that's for sure. Malik, Imbiri, that's by the way the new setup for throw-ins. And Ferdiancia loses the ball. That should be easy to defend, and it is. So Kipto. Not bad. Not good either. Passing completion is fine with our squad. 81%. I love that. Jorge Cesar does not jump. Tabuni, Ferdiancia skips to the side. That's fine. Arianto, Tabuni again. That's an obviously nice long ball. I did expect it to go towards Ferdiancia, but apparently he played it towards Moody. Not bad. We take corners, right? Corners are one of our repertoire. One of the threatening things in our repertoire. So Halim's there. Let's have a look. Ferre is the one that marks Harianto. Iravan. This seems like a slight mismatch. Who's Iravan? Gah. Go away. Iravan is... Siahan. Which one is Iravan? There. Tony Iravan. Jumping reach 2 and strength 3. Please tell me that this works out. He's destined to mark Jorge Cesar. Good luck with that. The corner was bad. Okay. Well, we did our best. Let's encourage him once more. We are trying to restrict the space here. Ramdani at the outside, and that's yet another corner. Not that bad. And let me know if you notice anything about this match that I don't. That might certainly happen. So if you want me to make some tactical changes or something, let's have a talk. Arianto closes down on Shori. Should have, at least. That cross from deep. And Malik just puts it into touch, that's fine. It's a bit of a destructive play so far. On the other hand, they don't seem to have much fun with their possession-based system. And Harris is on thin ice now. That's a central defender, not bad. Malik throws in for Tabuni. Malik again. Probably not. But sure. That sounds really fun. Ferdiancia. For Halim. Oh, nice chance. He was going for the best header, and apparently Halim is the best header these days. Not Jorge Cesar. Oh, Malik. Not a good decision. Sometimes in these situations I feel like, wow, nice. Really great tackle by Moody, and then he just scrambles it away. Not that good. But overall, the chances created that we had are way better than theirs. Problem is, it lacks us some... There's no consistency with this. Moody does win the ball from time to time, though. I like this. Tabuni. That's a reasonable pass. Malik again. And that's just a cross from deep towards Jorge Cesar, who is good with this. Oh, Imbiri. What the hell? That was probably one of the better chances of the match. Should have ran for another meter or two. That might end up with Frediancia. Yes, it does. Imbiri does run with the ball. Back to Tabuni. Jorge Cesar does not turn in the penalty area. I expected as much. That's not bad. Moody, just another header. Yeah, but overall we're okay with this, right? So the performance so far has been fine, even though the result hasn't been good. Well, it's not the Welsh League though, this is Indonesia. So we are slightly better. Slightly. And to be fair, Moody's around, so there's some parallels. Also Simon Owen in goal. Nice one. Come on, Imbiri. Come on. There we go. 13th goal of the season by Bayu Imbiri, and we can be happy with that. By the way, their goalkeeper is the best player in their squad. He's really impressive from the perspective of their attributes, so I guess that might influence the bad shooting. Not the way they wasted chances though, but this was fine. Well done by Imbiri. So now we just need in the expected goals to remain that way. I would be fine with that. Doesn't matter much. If they do not stand a chance of creating anything, that's fine with me. Might be ugly, but who cares? I also like Moody's performance so far. I'm not sure if this is due to the tackles only. He had some nice scenes, that's for sure. Who's got the yellow? Granata. Arianto with a long ball, that's ugly. Nah. I thought he might make a run for it. He didn't. That's not a problem for Owen if he goes with short passing. Yeah, that's fine. Arianto, Tabuni, Arianto again for Sukipto. That's a bit risky. But we're okay with this. So far it works. Halim's long ball. Header not won by Imbiri. Tabuni doesn't close down this guy. Iravan. Come on, close him down. Or not. Okay. Well, nice dribble and all, but if this is the maximum they can do, I'm okay with it. That said, they have good long distance shooters. So we gotta be careful about that. Did they substitute anyone? No. Ah, it's a striker that is on a yellow card. I see. And, well, we make it to halftime. Got a one of complacency, I guess. That works. So is there anyone that did really bad? The usual suspects, right? They could do better. I guess Arianto could do better. And with a 6.7 probably Frediancia. The rest of them are more or less fine. I don't want to overdo it here. Let's fire them up a little bit. The rest is okay. Okay only. It's not that impressive. But they are okay. Frediancia. Tabuni again. A decent pass for Jorge Cesar, who finds Moody out on the right wing. Moody's lob. That one's offside, man. Sadly. The other one wouldn't have been. How about next time in Imbiri you don't pick up the ball? That's clearly not offside for Harris. Didn't make much sense. I was going for Jorge Cesar, obviously. Oh no. Anshori wins back the ball for Ferre. And Harris again. It seems like they have a problem with build-up play so far. So I'm very happy with that. We definitely restrict the space very well. That said, maybe we got lucky. They tend to run a lot with the ball. Ideally, I do not want to give away chances. It seems like that's okay here. Let's praise the players. So far, performance has been good. We are definitely way better than them. On the other hand, set pieces are always dangerous. That's okay for Halim. That's blocked again. Malik wins the header. And Jorge Cesar, it's stretched to intercept, it says here. Well, it did look like he got fouled to me. Mbiri for Moody. Goes back for Malik. Nice penetrating pass by Malik for Moody. Cuts back. Jorge Cesar, and that's a nice header. I'm okay with this. Now, if only he would have put it in the back of the net. On the other hand, if we have chances like these all the time. Arianto's header, not bad either. Halim is tired already again. Let that be a decent jump. Yeah, it is. Jorge Cesar in midfield. Moody. Moody tries to find Mbiri, not bad. Mbiri! That long shot was surprising. Yunus. Iravan. That looks good. It's offside though. Owen would have saved. 53 minutes. Halim seems a bit tired. That's a bit far out. Shall we substitute Halim? I don't know. Could have. That's not bad by Malik. For Arianto. Ferdiancia. Will he go past his man? No, he doesn't. He goes for the cross towards Jorge Cesar, who doesn't win the header. Sadly. If he had, there would have been a Moody all on his own. Right behind him. Nice. Really well tackled by Sukipto. That's probably offside, who knows. It is a corner. No offside. So we'll keep Haliman for the corner. And afterwards we might want to substitute him. Whoever's on the bench, probably infantry. Moody takes the corner. Halim. Oh. There we go. That's exactly what I expected. Still. So infantry is definitely worse. From the perspective of creating chances after set pieces and stuff. But he's fresh. He needs to be fresh for the next match. So help us onto the result, I think, is the right way to put this. We just want the 3 points. And, well, a good mood is always useful. So preferably, nobody get hurt. Don't let them create chances. Jorge Cesar wins the header for Ferdiancia. Jorge Cesar didn't score yet in this match. That's no good. That's not bad. Mbiri. Interesting. And Moody with a long shot. We are definitely taking the chances today. We just don't convert them into the back of the net that much. But 13 shots. It's not bad. Most of them have been low-grade chances though. On the other hand, as long as they have none whatsoever, who cares? Jorge Cesar wins the header. Tabuni. Decent pass. Sukipto. Moody. Yes, there's a penetrating pass, and Mbiri is rather fast, but not as fast as Harris this time. Sadly. If only he would have been a little bit faster. Well intercepted by Sukipto. Jorge Cesar for Moody again. Moody's got a great game. Moody. Skips past his man. Moody for Mbiri, and that's not a good finish. Arianto's header. Tabuni with a nice long ball. Verdiancia, will he go past his man? Yeah, he does. No, penetrating ball maybe? That's too late. Okay, apparently that counts as not being offside for some reason. Not sure. Malik does not find Moody this time. That's dangerous. Ramdani. Granata. Yeah. Fucking hell. Obviously, with mistakes in defense like these, stuff happens. So, it wasn't for Malik's header, it was for Malik's losing of Ramdani. That was a problem. And then, who's this? Arianto. And infantry doesn't intercept well. That's a lot of mistakes in aggregate. Well, I don't see this as a tight offside, but okay. So it's a draw for now. Do they deserve this? I don't know. Yeah, it wasn't good. On the other hand, we had really decent defending throughout the entirety of the match. So it was kind of too much to hope for, I think, that this persists. For the Ansia, we get a corner. Also, given that these matches don't matter much, these are the last two league matches. They are both a dead rubber, more or less. It's more about morale. We're basically doing these to get into the cup competition. In the cup final, actually. Which has 2 legs. So I'm thinking we should use this to get sharpness into players. And that basically means that players like Zico and Sumantri might make an appearance despite us not really needing them. Moody is doing fine today. I guess we could bring on Zico for... Well... Does it matter where he plays? We can bring on Zico for Imbiri, because Imbiri is not really tired, but somewhat. He's sharp though. So we'll switch these. Moody at least played it as a shadow striker once or twice in his career. He's having a good game too. And Zico as an inverted winger I have no problems with. I want him to get back to sharpness though. And there's a similar argument with Sumantri. And even the other two maybe. Or Isha, I don't know. It depends who drops first. From the rest of them in terms of condition. Yeah, that makes sense. If you need to do this, that's fine. But in this case, it's the other way around, right? We need to get some sharpness into the players, so they need to play. Malik, Jorge Cesar doesn't jump. Moody. Malik. Tabuni, will there be a nice pass? Apparently not. One for Harianto, who isn't good. Yeah, okay. Throughout the entirety of the match, we are absolutely dominating this. Even though we go with a defensive approach. And now we will probably concede a second one. Just like the first one. Ramdani... Arianto. This time it was offside, of course. Of course. And as you can see, Jorge Cesar is tired. So I will pull him from the pitch. And we'll go with Isha. Who needs a little bit sharpness at least anyway. So Sumantri can remain on the bench, doesn't matter much. We need the other ones. And maybe Isha can score a goal, who knows. Tabuni for Moody. That's not bad for Verdiancia. Verdiancia... not for Zico this time. So now Isha will come on. Let's have a look at the instructions for Isha though. Because I think Isha as a striker, he can take more risks. I don't know about shooting more or less. Move into channels, I'm not sure about either. I guess we could try that actually. Because he has good off-the-ball movement, as far as I'm aware. Isha is really great from a mental perspective. He's good at this. We talked about it earlier. Isha might do as a complete forward. So I want to give him specific instructions. That's bad though. Alright, let's encourage the team all together. Zico does not lose the ball. Isha does not win the ball. Okay. There was an idea, and then that's it. Ferry goes past Tabuni. Nobody gets the ball back. Ferry again. Ferry runs past everyone. Ferry well blocked. Arianto, Owen. It's a sad story that Owen cannot stay without conceding. At least not in this match. Well done by Malik. It's offside anyway. Okay, nice. So, from the perspective of expected goals, I think we're totally fine. I just don't like the result. Zico, Arianto again. Arianto's cross is not bad, Isha. He is one of the better headers. They will do subs now, okay. That's dangerous, probably not offside. That's also dangerous. Malik wins the header, okay. Zico doesn't win back the ball. From Alfred. Arianto. Cortana again. Well, good luck, Owen. That seemed dangerous. Let's have a look at who they substituted. What's going on there? They brought on Ritsky. Ivan Ritsky. Who has really bad off-the-ball movement, and as a central defender he's more or less fine otherwise. Do not tight mark, I guess. Given his passing 6. Yeah. Sadly his bravery is good. I'm also thinking, I guess in position going down the wings. Given the amount of tiredness they have on the wingbacks, is probably not a bad idea. We have fresh personnel out there, at least on the right one. Moody, still Moody. Still Moody. Still Well, if that's not a card... Apparently it's only a foul. Alright, to me this would have been a yellow card. For the answer I will take this one. For the best header, which is Harianto, goes towards goal. Not much else. They make a double substitution. Who is it? Arianto finds Zico. That's a cross or something. Infantry. Not bad. Another corner. Let's see what they did. They brought on... Fucking hell. A fresh striker. Okay. Yeah, okay. So he's slightly receptive to hard tackling, I guess. And closing down as always. He is somewhat fast. Off the ball movement is really great. So tight marking probably not. His off the ball movement isn't that great. But box standard winger, I guess. Close him down. Show him to the weaker foot and hope for it. Alright. Malik will take the corner. Not bad. Once more, please. And we will also go with encouraging the team. You can do this. Come on. You had the better chances. To be fair, there's some sort of defensive collapse in the second half. I don't like that. On the other hand, they are not familiar with the system that much. With the low block. So hopefully that will not cost us the game. Nah. Ramavan. "18 chances created though. I know the count on its own doesn't matter that much, but overall that's okay." They switched formations too. Which does not change much, does it? This just means that over the wings is even better. Or down the wings, I guess it should be phrased. Ravan, Haryanto, Isha does not win this one. Tabuni wins back the ball for the Ansya. Doesn't go for Tabuni for whatever reason. Haryanto, Tabuni again. That's clearly offside, is it? Yes. Well, sometimes Tabuni's choice of a pass is kind of weird. He's really good at this. From the perspective of skills, he has the... I guess the mindset for it too. But doesn't work sometimes. They seem to shut up shop. For no reason whatsoever. Let infantry win that header, let Moody win that one. Whyever that is. And that shouldn't be much of a problem. Well, Haryanto nearly made a problem out of it. Infantry, Tabuni, reasonable. Why the hell Malik? Infantry does not win the header. Haryanto closing down Shooter. And Owens in goal. That one was, I guess, more difficult to save than the one that we conceded. Malik. Zico's not offside, is he? Nice one. Oh, he is offside. Damn. 30 seconds of stoppage time. No more chances? Please don't tell me we face another long kick and then the game's done for us. Tabuni, Isha. Isha's creative pass works. Will Ferdiancia does not take the long ball. Isha again, yet another creative pass towards Ferdiancia. His creative passing works a lot, Isha's. Ferdiancia, none for Zico this time. And that's Malik. And that's Zico. And that's the game. Deadly. So... expected goals say we should have won this. We've been a bit unlucky. Overall though, that's okay, isn't it? So we can praise them. For the Ferdiancia, on the other hand, that performance will not do. That's a 6.4. He's on a 6.5, so... there's a lot of players that didn't do that well. In particular, Simon Owen could have saved us the game. That's not good. So, we make it to 51 points, and if we do not win the last match, we will probably not be settled for record points haul this season. On the other hand, we are still somebody that, well, a club that just got back from the second division. So, not being relegated and finishing up in 6th spot or something is probably definitely a good performance for us. Also, we still stand a chance to make it to the Champions League. We just gotta win the cup. Easy. I have a hard time coming up with an idea of how that might work, but, you know, counterattacking sometimes has really great results, even if you don't think you will make it. Also, what happens with the Champions League slot if Persia? Oh, it doesn't go towards the second in the cup competition though. It goes towards the second, towards the next one in the league, right? So actually, this spot would have been really helpful. Because Persia are definitely qualified for Champions League here. We are not. If they win the cup competition, they are qualified for the Champions League again. So I guess the fourth spot gets the Champions League then in the league. At least that's how it works in Europe, right? So I would have preferred to have that as the second one in the cup, which we are, at least. Well, we'll take the money. Who cares? And if we make it through yet another season, we might actually improve financially a lot. So. Also, Imbiri will probably be not stay forever. That might give us some additional income. And that's similar for some other players. Ooh. Do you want an affiliate? Yes, I do want an affiliate. He's in a League 2 East first round. That's not bad. He's in. They are, man. This is also a third league club, so this is very simple. Yeah, that 50 million striker, probably not. But, I mean... I guess I don't know why the value is still that low. It might have to do with the wage we pay. He is not willing to extend his contract, though. But if he ever does, we will probably pay him 1,000. Or maybe 1,500 even. So I guess the best paid player right now is Jorge Cesar. If I look at squad... Maybe that, yes. He is still around, I think. Sorry about that. If I sort this by transfer value, for some reason Vajanisha comes up really high on the list. But, considering the amount of money we get in the league, approximately 350k per season, if we remain in the league, the player values are not that bad, are they? We can include clauses and stuff, and in particular, if foreigners want to buy in our Indonesian players, they might come up with an additional money. I don't know. Maybe the Chinese or something. That never happened to me, though. So we need to have really good performances, preferably in the Champions League, to put them in the shopping window. So don't know if that will happen anytime soon. Yeah, okay. The recommendation, I think, is to go towards the club that, well, actually plays in the league, right? This is about an affiliate, and I would happily spend some money on Bontang FC. Bontang FC have no obligation to play the player, blah blah. Bontang FC have the option to request a friendly between the two clubs. They will host it and keep all gate receipts. We are under no obligation to accept a friendly or field a full strength side. That's fine. And in case they get promoted, the link will be terminated. So these two are in League 4. This league is loaded. That's a no-brainer. We'll go with this. Hopefully we can set up a link here, and in that case, that would help us to send, in particular, the under-21s out on loan. Sometimes we sign these players and we're like, okay, they are probably not good enough for us. They might, with some experience in a second or third league, get somewhere. Perfect. I think, though, we need to loan them out in a transfer window, right? Poor training facilities and poor youth facilities. Yeah. Average academy coaching and limited youth recruiting network. That's it. Maybe it helps. Maybe it helps. And we had a 1-1 against Burrito Putra. If I look at this, I really regret the result, but not so much the way we performed. That's fine. I guess on another day, one of these headers goes in. Passing was okay. Opposition passes were more or less restricted. We had the problem with Ramdani. That's true. It's quite unsurprising that he also had the assist, I think. And well, I mean, look at that. There were a few occasions where we could have scored a second goal, so I will not complain too much. Triggering the press seems to be a problem right now. I think maybe... No, this is included in all of the training here. We'll just go with the box standard week here. And then we'll see where this goes. So, how have you been, Bravo? How has your week been? Is there anything new with you? You wrote a song? Oh. Okay. Like in... I guess in lyrics as well as melody? So I gotta be careful here about what kind of music is it, I guess. There's very different types of music and, you know, depends. Maybe I'm imagining classical piano music and you're like, no, it's gangster rap, man. So, what kind is it? I can certainly appreciate that. Is there, do you want to share anything about it? Like, I don't know, what's it about, or what kind of style is it? Anything that comes to mind? Is it important to you because very aggressive punky metal? I see. We might get along just fine, considering music at least. Let me know if it is out at some point. I will try to give it a listen. Well, that's not bad. Have you considered, I don't know, putting it on YouTube maybe? It depends on your goals, I guess. You might put it somewhere and just go on with it, and maybe you get feedback for it too. Even if it's not the kind one. Well, this doesn't work here, but there's no bot for this. But you are on the Discord, as far as I'm aware. You can obviously put it there. Well, I don't know. The Discord server probably is not configured to accept MP3 files or anything of that kind. Yeah, why not? Feel free to link it on the Discord, and I have no problem with that. If there's people that mind, you know, add a disclaimer. Like I was asked on the stream to put the song I wrote on the Discord or something like this, so that others will not be confused. But you're welcome to share, and I will try to give it a listen. That's way easier than Googling it later or, you know. If it's on the Discord, I usually get to it. Alright, so Mbiri shows pleasing progress apparently. Now he's a 14-14. Fuck yeah, if only he would score a little bit more. As a false 9 for some reason, but just look at that development, man. This is so great. He's 17 years old. I mean, I've seen Wonder Kids and Football Manager. They go through the roof way more. So I guess he still has ways to go. Or at least a little bit. But overall, this is great. I'm actually considering going back to work rate training. On the other hand, his finishing, with better finishing, he will be clinical. Because he does create chances. No, he does get at the end of chances. He outruns most defenders. In particular, this goes up without us doing anything. So his physicals will probably go towards 15-15 no matter what I do. He's just so good. Despite his bad natural fitness, that is. I'm really confused by this. So he must have a ton of potential. Farrell Akbar Alessandro. That seems... We're looking for a fullback, okay? Bear with me. For next season, actually. We're looking for a fullback that can be somewhat a replacement for Utama for next season. I guess he would do for one season. I'm not convinced overall, though. Balanced personality, susceptible to injuries. That doesn't scream sign me. So he can go. Kevin Gomez. He's willing to be a scout already. Does he retire or something? No, he's listed for transfer for €0. He's damn rubbish. No crosser, no dribbler. He can play central defender though. With no composure whatsoever. Still, that would be a rather flexible option, isn't it? Yeah, wouldn't it be? Whatever. Yes, he's 32 though. And he was friggin' expensive. I think I'll put him to the shortlist actually. Just in case we absolutely do not find anyone else. A player in decline that can cover 3 spots. I see. There's... So, let me put it that way. As a content creator, which I undoubtedly am at this point, even though I'm really bad at creating content, I guess, and it doesn't appeal to many people. I see that there's... most of the use cases these days are like, I'm starting to listen to something and I'm skipping through it, right? For most people. So I see this with my YouTube videos a lot. They skip through the video and there's just no use for watching something that takes half an hour. They don't do that. But there is the rare occasion that somebody watches the entirety, and some of these give a like. So 4 likes out of 82 listens is nice. That's good. Because most of the time, either you don't get the listens or the watches, whatever, the ones that watched it at all, or they don't like it. So maybe just continue doing what you've done. But don't let that distract you from mixing up things from time to time. Because sometimes the feedback is very valuable, even if it hurts. And there's this unhealthy culture of just doing what you've been doing recently, and just continuing the way you did. And at some point, this is unhealthy. Because if you stream for like, I don't know, 4 hours a day, right? Or write a song every week. I can play it on my radio for 200 pounds. Well, you might as well answer him. You will happily take the 200 pounds for him playing it once. No problem. Take the money. No, but sometimes creative processes are very akin to this encouragement culture goes on like you just need to try for another 10 years and then you will make a breakthrough. That's not how it works. Sometimes you need to mix things up. There's usually reasons for why X, Y, Z doesn't work. And if that's a conscious decision, that's fine. If it isn't, well, maybe take a step back at some point. And obviously I cannot judge your music right now. I didn't even listen to it. So, yeah. I'll get back to you. If I like it very much, I could use an intro music for the stream, you know? No. We'll see. Fabrian. He runs with the ball down left, gets forward whenever possible, and knocks the ball past the opponent. He's 29. I have my problems with the technicals and stuff, but he certainly fits the description of his traits. He is a former player of Persia. Balanced, very consistent, susceptible to injury though. Fucking susceptibility to injury. He's low. So we'd rather take the 32-year-old just because he's not susceptible to injury and more flexible. This one is what we would need though. He's also probably really expensive. If we could sign him as a backup player, I would be interested, maybe. I mean, I guess that's some sort of a role model for Arianto in the end. I don't like the personality neither though. He dives into tackles and also he's unambitious. That's not for me. Yeah. But there is some truth to this grinding meme. If you are consistent with something, it works. That might just force you into seeing that you are consistently doing something that people don't like or something, right? So in the end, it's not a guarantee for being successful, but usually if you hone your skills at something, you get better at them. Well, most of the time. That's one of these sad things about creative processes in general. People tend to think that a lot of it is just talent, and it isn't. It's hard work in the end, in everything. And for example, in drawing, sure, some talent you cannot get. That's true. But drawing in general is something that one can learn. I can't. I'm bad at this. I didn't put up the work though. But I know a lot of people that started drawing at some point and they never quit and they are really good at it. And, well, maybe they don't have the perfect creativity, but they are definitely good enough to be in the top 1% of random people drawing. So you would argue they are good at this. It's somewhat similar, I feel, with other creative processes. Like, in your case, if it's punky metal style, and people like punky metal, whatever that sounds like, maybe they listen to it just because there's nothing else around and you are A-okay. Doesn't mean you will be world-beating record, whatever, with a big label and stuff, but maybe people like it. And maybe it earns a few cents here and there. So there's a lot of bands that go that way, or artists. Doesn't necessarily mean their content is bad, it just, maybe it just doesn't have this top-notch thing. And sometimes this is just plain old luck. So, whatever. As long as your goal setting isn't way up there, I think you can be very happy with whatever comes out, as long as you hone your skills. And I would certainly encourage that, as long as it doesn't go down this grindy road. Well, but that's just what I'm talking about in a way, right? Because you try to do something different than what you are used to. I tried to come up with a band name, a Swiss band. Let me think about it for a second. Maybe I remember. Where's my iPod? Anyway, I've got one of these old iPod classics where my music sits on. I just can't recall the name right now of the band, which pains me. But there's a band from Switzerland, if I'm not mistaken, that made black metal for, well, the first, I guess the first and the second album, and went into a more, I guess, melodic hardcore area, and got softer all the time. But they changed their style too, like not just with how hard the music is, and all of the technical skills that they had from the black metal area served them pretty well. So we can argue about if you like their music or the way they changed their style all the time, but I can certainly appreciate that they changed the style and tried something new. I just can't remember the name right now. I will drop the name to you later. I will look it up. It's not a well-known band either, but quality-wise it's fine. And I wouldn't say I'm a big fan of their music. That's too much. I like some of their music from different areas and different styles. And in itself, that's a big compliment, even though I do not like the rest much. If that makes sense. So, yeah, I respect the decision to go for something else, is what I'm saying. Even though I might dislike it at some point. But I very much respect the decision. Other people might like it though, so... There's also these weird things with bands. Like, some decisions might not go down well with the usual fans of the genre. So, I'm somewhat derived. I guess I'm not a very proficient listener of music anymore, but I listen to a lot of general metal, I think. In, well, different kinds of metal and rock and stuff throughout my life. Yeah, I see. I see. So it's more about what do I want to include right now, and how do I want to do this, and what do I express with this, and how can I supplement this? And if this is the way you want to do it, just do it that way. That's fine. And maybe somebody will appreciate it, maybe nobody will. Who knows? But in the end, you're not doing this for the money. Or for the fame or whatever. You do this for yourself. And I guess that's the best motivation. But there's also stuff like branding, I think, for example. I recently had a look, so I will out myself now. As a connoisseur of music that is difficult with different people. I had a look at a live performance of Bullet for My Valentine recently. So you will probably know from the name and also from the music. And they have been branded like this, I guess, emo metal whatever stuff. It's a Welsh band after all. Also, it's in a band name, right? And if you look at the early videos, it's really... it makes sense. Like they ran this, I guess this image with the long black hair and looking sad and stuff, so I can certainly see where this came from, and well, the band name's chosen that way. If you look at the live performance, now that 20 years later, I have a hard time coming up with the argument that this is some sort of emo metal stuff. It's just... It feels like regular metal to me. Like, in most of the cases. I watched the whole concert like 2 times. Or maybe 3. It's not bad. But they're stuck to the name and to the image. That will never go away. So, I don't know. Sometimes it's worth a watch. A second one. That's all I'm willing to say. Yeah. And in this case, I very much like it. So, yeah. I've outed myself now. It's kind of weird. Like, if you tell the story about this, everybody expects you to have like 15 razor blades down here, and then you listen to the music and it's like 80% screaming, and I love it. So I guess that's fine with me. Shall people think whatever they may. Saputro. Well, if I guess maybe the new metal band wasn't your style, and you just needed another creative input or something. Even if this is just a way, no. Even if the creative input is just having time to yourself, right? That might work, why not? Okay, interesting. Well, whatever works. I mean, there's people throughout history that wrote music just from the top of their head. Well, I guess, was it Beethoven that was deaf at some point? Or was it Bach? I just can't recall. I'm really bad at this. One of the two, anyway. And there's people throughout history that were really good at this. So, but that's not surprising that some people work that way. So, whatever works, right? So what do we do with Saputro? He is recommended as a future potential star. He does not want to come in on trial. Or we cannot offer trial to him, whatever. Scout on. Terrace race. Scout on. Purnomo intra, Purnomo. Same here. Scout on. Let's see where this is going. Yeah. I get that. It's so this might be weird to you, but it's similar with what you do as a dungeon master in pen and paper role-playing games. Creative ideas that you have, like in this case it's story-based, they just, you lose them. Fucking hell. Like Mod Yassin Abdullah. You lose them all of a sudden without a reason, and then they're just gone. So oftentimes I sit with these like tiny pieces of paper and put some stuff on there to have as a concept, and later on, if I don't phrase it out pretty well, I have a really hard time recalling what the idea was about at all. But it makes sense in my head at the moment that I have the idea. And then I need to spell it out somehow. Well, anyway, Abdullah's done for the season. That's over. 7 to 8 weeks. Injured through wear and tear. Are you serious? He's 24. Wear and tear. So let me put this in the terms that are appropriate for this situation, I think. Fuck. That's the end of it. Ugh. That would have been the fullback I was hoping for to play throughout the next season and also in the cup final. Now we will play Malik. If he doesn't hurt himself, that is. If he does hurt himself, we're totally without a reasonable option as a fullback. So once you wrote the song down and you're going for the guitar or whatever instrument it is, I don't know if you vary a little bit, but I guess it's the guitar most of the time, given your previous statements. Does it always sound the way you wanted it to sound, or is it sometimes like, okay, this didn't go down the way I wanted it to be, and the way I wrote this down is not reasonable, and I should, I don't know, change it? Is there something that happens to you? Arif Anshori. Oh yeah, he wants more money, so this is why we didn't do this. So the majority of them, you're like, well, okay, this is crap, but thank you very much, brain. And for 1 in 10, you're like, okay, this sounds nice. Yeah, that's good though. It seems like a low success rate at first, but on the other hand, well, that's how it goes with ideas, isn't it? We should probably set him on individual training, or at least position training. So let's do this. He's a ball-winning midfielder. I guess we could play him as a fullback in the next match, actually. He made it back. He's good enough for the first team. Well, not for the first team. He's good enough to play around the first team. Hell, he might even do a replacement central defender from time to time. I see. Yeah, I see. That has to do with... So I'm starting to run thin here. My former neighbor is a really good pianist. I guess he plays the piano as a professionally, and he's really good at it. So he told me a lot about harmonies and stuff, or a lot. He told me something about harmonies and stuff, and it sounds like you're trying to figure out how harmonies work. At least that's the way I interpret it right now, but I might be wrong about this. Yeah. But a riff usually... Well, there's rules for this. How different... Is it notes? No. How different... Well, in German it's Note. How this aggregates together. You might get a really great creative input from learning about this stuff. And it's very akin to math, sadly. But there's stuff in between. You can also with dissonant sounds, you can also make really great music. There's concepts behind this. And I cannot phrase those, but I know somebody who can. Yeah, I see. Well, but even the dissonant stuff has harmonies in itself. If it's somewhat rounded. There's also stuff in there, even if you think there's not. That or it's just noise. So the human brain is really good at picking up these patterns. So what do you think of the player? By the way, want to put him in the first team, extend his contract, try to change his personality, or do we want to do something else with him? Try to loan him out again. We could extend his contract for another year and promote him to the first team. Well, yeah, he's somewhat okay, right? Also, so we have the option to play him as a wingback too, if the emergency arises. That's not that bad either. I mean, on the offense he's rubbish, but otherwise... Yeah, he actually might be. Welcome back, man. He actually might be. In particular, given that the other one's hurt now. The Malaysian guy decided to have wear and tear in the knee. So, yeah, that one's fucked. The problem is, can we... Oh, we do not need to register him for the cup competition, though, do we? So we bring him up and play him as a... Yeah, we'll do that. Alright. I did win a point. Hope that works for you. To be fair, we were unlucky. Also, we were not going for the win specifically, we were just going for the match and it was fine. So, overall, we had a better performance. I'm okay with this. So let's take him off the loan list. And let's extend his contract. Here we go. Yes, we want to extend his contract. Please tell me he's unfit due to recent injury. What did I just do? Anyway, we will move him to the senior squad. And given that he has no traits whatsoever, we'll include him in the no traits group. We can certainly use an unambitious guy in there. I don't care about international football. And now, we'll put him into this mentoring group. Where's Anshori? There you go. Significant influence by the rest of the group, that's fine. Now, we will probably not play him as a ball-winning midfielder anytime soon, even though this suits him just fine. But in the cup competition, maybe he wants to make an appearance as a wingback. With long throws 1, which is perfect for our tactic. Otherwise, it's totally fine. Positioning and marking could do with a little bit of improvement, but he's okay. His loan performances at Celebest FC were 7.04. Racist training. I do. You are right. This is good. Thank you very much. Didn't notice. He did also play for us? Oh, in 2030. Never mind. I was like, what? Oh! Look at that. He had a lot of assists. Also a red card, and apparently he has a discipline problem, but... Okay, I mean, he played in League 2 or League 3, I think. League 3. So, not sure what was going on there. This might have been friendlies, all of them. But that's just better. Where's Anshori? Here you go. Oh. Yeah, he cannot be registered for the next match, so we will need to deal with whatever, I guess, Yusuf. But otherwise, this is fine. Oh, I'm starting to get hungry. So, the most important question, Sharon Knowledge, is, did you bring me some food? No? Oh, I'm disappointed. Morgan Moody's training is really great, and, well, there's some stuff. Triggering the press the way we do is still awkward to him. Okay. Simon Owen trains well, he does not perform that well. Does work somewhat though. Who's the tactical coaching? To be fair, that's true. I will not unveil my location. It is somewhere within Nuremberg though. No future answers, no further questions about this will be answered. It's it has nothing to do with me being a private person and all though. It has to do with you know, there's people around me. They did not do the conscious decision of me doing streaming. They are not to blame for me doing this. So I don't want them to be involved in any way. In any of this. I don't know how to answer this. It's kind of fun, man. But it's yeah, but don't do that. That's something I'm doing actually. Prior to each stream, I'm looking for this is also my office, right? If I work at home, if I'm have a home office day or 2 or maybe 5, there might be stuff around that belongs to work. And prior to me streaming, I always check if there's something around that might belong to work. Because I don't want that on record. I cannot have that. So as a result, I will check this area every single time before I do streaming. Also, the lots of streaming this week comes from... We do. Well, yes and no. I think we have something like this, but it's barely in use anymore. I don't know if they still exist. We had something like this though, yes. In German it's called Postfach. I think. Okay. Record hall if we win this match. Great. Yeah, but I think it's, I hope it's understandable. Well, something along that line. We have like I don't know. How is it called? There's these like the tiny shops where you can buy lottery tickets and stuff. They sometimes have some sort of post office or something in it, and or some pickup I guess kiosks, if that's an English word. So that stuff exists, but it's sparse, and well, in one way it's very sparse, and on the other hand it would allow people to nail down my exact location more or less precisely. So I would need to pick something at the other end of the city or something, and I don't know, it just doesn't make sense. There's no use case for that anyway. There's no use in sending me anything. So yeah. It's nice around here though. I think I will do this match. I'm somewhat hungry too. So maybe what I'll do is go to the kitchen, put a sausage or 2 into the microwave. I know, it's horrible, eating habits. And eat the rest of my potato salad alongside it. So that will probably take me 2 minutes, and then I will come back to do this match, and you will have the opportunity to enjoy watching me eat, as always. So obviously that's what you're here for. So I will see you on the other side after the break. And also, bravo, in case you want to have a break, now's the time. BRB. Alright, I'm back. So, to promote healthy eating habits on stream, I also cut myself some bell peppers. That's probably healthy, right? Should be. No affiliation with any producers of bell peppers exists. Other than me shopping somewhere to get them. Also, I like them. I think I read an article at some point about the healthiness of bell peppers and which color is the most healthiest. And the article goes about 30 pages, I think. It was some sort of paper, I guess. And in the end, it came to the result that, well, probably the greenest are the healthiest ones, but there's barely a difference, and you should just eat bell peppers. Great, thank you very much for that. I wouldn't be able to find that paper these days, I think. It might exist somewhere. Maybe somebody can look it up in case you're interested. Okay, there's not much use in changing anything, is there? Basically, all of these need to be sharp for the next match anyway, so we need to play it somehow. Or we should. So for the next match only, let's have a look here. They are still awkward with triggering the press. That will not be resolved until the cup final. So we will play the cup final with triggering the press in an awkward way. Walsh. Can you remember Walsh? I can. We should trigger the press, it says. Yeah, he is a somewhat creative passer, so that makes sense. He's also slow these days. And a decent jumper still, but not strong anymore. I think this is a case of a tight mark, actually. At this point. If we mark him tightly, he will have a hard time getting away from his marker. He's just too slow. He is a good jumper, though, so tight marking might not make much sense. I guess we go with always close him down. Right-footed, sure. There's another Ramadan here. I think I have hard feelings about this guy. Closing him down, maybe? His composure is bad. Jung Hantra, he's all right-footed only, so that's definitely a thing to consider. Yeah, closing him down makes sense. In his case, he runs with the ball down the right. I guess that might not work that well. Plays short, simple passes. Okay, and he likes to lob the keeper. His bravery is absurdly bad. The other guy is not one to mark tightly either. I guess closing down, just like with his colleague. Ibrahim comes deep to get ball and plays 1-2s. Nah. Well, at least his off-the-ball movement's shit. So we might be able to mark him tightly, I think. He's also not that sharp, so maybe he runs out of stamina pretty soon. He's a good passer. Same here though. Side marking might work. Also, this. All the way. You think? Yes. True. Thank you very much. Konya. At least if we go according to the attributes I'm looking for all the time. That might be entirely wrong. I'm not sure. It's not like I'm an expert on this or something. I don't know. I'm just making this stuff up from the descriptions of the attributes, and apparently it works. So I guess that would be the way to go about things. Need to switch this around a little bit. Hopefully you can still hear me. So, in Kunya's case, what's there to do? Tackling hard is a bit too much, maybe. Showing him to the inside? Well, barely serves a purpose. Closing him down is probably not a bad idea. He has some flair. Yeah, that's a way to do things, definitely, man. I guess we show him to the inside anyway. I can appreciate the mindset behind that, actually. I have a hard time putting that into reality sometimes. Just not to waste my own time on certain things. I'm just a guy to fiddle with all of it in detail all the time. And sometimes that, well, how do they say? Don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. Is that the way you put it, right? So he knocks the ball past the opponent, and his dribbling bravery are low, his strength is low, his off-the-ball movement is not that great. He seems like somebody that we might be able to close down. He's not that dangerous though. His crossing is 2-4, so we expect him to play penetrating passes. And then again, his passing is 7, so he's got the skill for that somewhat. But his vision is absurdly bad and he has no flair whatsoever. So, seen from that perspective, I think we can leave him open. Fami's passing is bad. Don't mark him tightly, let him play through him. His passing is not much better. Definitely both no flair. So we expect the center backs to do nothing. In the creative process, that's okay. They do have some jumping though. And also some strength. Marcel Januar Putra. Well, he knocks the ball past the opponent, and same here. I do not see why he would help in the creative process. We can actually argue do not close him down at all. That's probably a bit much, but I mean, look at this. What's he to do with the ball? We will do this. I never used this instruction, time to learn about it. So in his case, I can certainly understand why we would press him. In his case, why would we press him? Sure, his composure is bad, but we don't need to press him. He will just misplace that pass or the cross by himself. Or run into some sort of area where there's nothing to be gained. Yeah, let him play through him exactly. Sure, thank you. In case we get... Yeah, well, his bravery is 8. His strength is 9. Yes, his dribbling is really bad, but... I'm not sure. Hard tackling everyone still works if you offset it somehow with staying on feet, which is part of my tactic. So, dribbling first touch, I want. True! Okay. I will listen to you, so it might not work in a sense that he will be impressed by it, but it might work in the sense that he is barely able to control the ball. Let's have a look at the goalkeeper too. His first touch is 1-2, His bravery is a little bit better though. Well, let's go to the match. And see where this is going. Also, I need to eat my food. At some point. That's the bane of this stream. If I eat that this time, you know. Run ads while eating. Man, I did run an ad right now. So I don't want to overdo it with the ads all the time. I'm very happy to have gotten rid of the ads. Okay, but yeah, maybe I will go back to this at some point. Halfway through the match or something. Okay. So, this is an away game. I want to be impressed today. Go and put on a show. Yeah, we will do this. Definitely. Put on a show. I wanted to go through these players one by one anyway, at some point. So Simon Owen is a professional. So, given his recent performances, I will tell him to show up today. Oh, this inspires him. See, Malik is spirited. That should come with some resistance to pressure too, right? Or not, I don't know. It should come. I think spirited comes with some resistance to pressure, if I'm not mistaken. So, I expect him to show up and perform too. Halim is balanced. We'll just go and encourage him. He looks happy. Arianto, I think, is balanced too. Yes. We will just encourage him too. Arianto is fairly pro, and I have no idea about his resistance to pressure. It does not say he does not enjoy big matches. So, seen from that perspective, and given that he's a consistent performer, maybe put an emphasis on better performances now. He lost his happiness. So Kipto is the team leader. He should be fine with the expectation of a good performance. Tabuni is a team leader too. Resolute. He should be fine with higher expectations. Morgan Moody should always be fine with higher expectations. Imbiri is spirited, so I guess he too should be. He doesn't react though. Urdiancia I'm not so sure about. He's fairly pro. Damn. He's fairly pro. He does enjoy big matches, so I guess he has resistance to pressure after all. Doesn't give a fuck. And then there's Roger Caesar. According to my own experiments in previous matches, I realized that sometimes he reacts negatively if I demand more. So I will just encourage him and let him go. I didn't even notice. Am I confident? Yes. I don't know. Alright. Let's go through this. Last match of the season. Well, last league match of the season anyway. This is basically the practice match for the cup games. Well, let's go. Yes. Yes. Well. It's the one that we had that never made an appearance on the league because we didn't register him yet. That's exactly that Walsh. Just a year older. That's a nice quote, Bravo. So far this seems reasonable. Will we get a shot off maybe? Arianto again, or a corner? No. No header either. Halim out there. Arianto. Arianto's lob. Beery doesn't control the ball. Damn. Would have been a nice opportunity. What a save by Arianto. Not bad. Owen was beaten. Okay, nice one. Malik gets the corner. It was Walsh that defended that one. Out jumped Jorge Cesar with his 11 points of jumping reach. Well, that will not happen on a persistent basis if we match these two together all the time. Like, in this case, it's the inside of the long post. Gordiancia looking for the best header, which is Halim. Also, it's offside. Badly. I shall encourage my squad. Ibrahim with a yellow card. Gordiancia yet again covers Halim. Oh, come on! We're wasting the chances now. The good part is, we do create chances after set pieces just the way we imagined. Ball's won back by Sukip though, that was fine. Imbiri with the dribble. Down the left wing, alright. Cuts inside. Nice cross for Jorge Cesar. Well, it's something. You know, guys, you gotta score. That makes us favorites for win. Arianto's dribble is interesting. Not bad. Didn't expect that. So Kipto with a long shot. Well, an effort of a long shot, I guess. He tried. Come on, guys, you can do better. The thing is, maybe I should demand more. Which one? What? So, what about it? That sounds like it's valid input. You're more chaotic. Oh, interesting. Are we talking tactics or just the management in general? Okay, yeah. I figured out that this doesn't work that much. You know, that's... No, how do I put this? I seem to have figured out that a lot of what managers do, this is not only in Football Manager, this is also in real life. A lot of what managers do comes down to noise. They are trying to compensate for stuff that is just random. Like, I don't know. Conceding in a certain way. If you conceded in that way last match, and you are trying to cope for it this time, are you sure it's worth the change? Well, if you concede that way all the time, then all of a sudden there's a pattern, sure. For example, our wingbacks are, well, very brittle, I would argue. Nice. What a scene. Not only Moody hits the back of the net, actually, no. This dribble by Ferdiancia, that was, I wouldn't say world class, but it's definitely good. And that's a prime example of something like this. That is a nice phrase. That is a nice phrase. Because in the end, the creative process up front, that's something that's chaotic. He's in the mood. We need a sticker for this. Don't do anything stupid. Alright, works. Yeah, but he is in the mood. Hopefully he can remain with the club for a while. He's somewhat capable to play with us. If only he had a little bit more potential, that man. I would love to have him around until he's age 30 or something. Tabuni for Mbiri. Oh. If only he had better long shots, but he's trying to get them. The thing is, the rest of his attributes move. Well, they increase much faster. They're not moving. They're just increasing. I wanted to answer something prior to leaving for the food. I just forgot about it. Let me scroll upwards. I forgot something that Journal had mentioned. Oh, fuck. Yeah, about the streaming this week. So the lots of streaming this week comes down to a national holiday in Germany on Tuesday. That's it. Oh, wow, I didn't notice. Yeah, that's not bad. We didn't create that many chances, but who cares? We took the lead, so I'm okay with this. No complacency, guys. That works. And I'm not happy with Sakipto's performance. You are a leader, you should do better. Anyone else on a 6.5? Yes. That's about it. He doesn't care. He knows that this game is about nothing. I'm very glad that Moody was finally able to hit the empty goal though. I think his performances throughout the season haven't been that bad, in the end, if we look at the results. It's just his development that was not very impressive. It is not. So the 3rd of October in Germany, I think is reunification day or something. I don't know how this is translated. Or is it Day of the Worker? I'm not sure. Well, it's Day of the Work. See? Now I need to look this up. I'm really bad at this. I never minded. Yeah, it's the day of the German, I guess, unity, whatever. It's to celebrate the time when the German Democratic Republic and, well, West Germany got back together. Not bad. Well, you might just develop a social conscience after all as a country, Journal. Fingers crossed for that. Hell, you might even develop a left-wing political party at some point. One can be, I wouldn't say hopeful, this is politics on Twitch, but, well... Well, Journal, you missed Bravo stating some stuff about his own music, so maybe he will share it with us on the Discord. Overall, we're doing way better. Imbiri for Tabuni. Tabuni's ball is really good. And that's not the perfect reaction, I guess, but it was fine. They do. And, well, in this case, we still have some sort of structured approach to the set piece, but we took everyone else away, and it certainly helps in defending, in case, you know, there's something. Just look at this. Now Moody's there to pick up the ball. He might create another chance, or he might lose the ball, but we are certainly good enough to cover defensively in most of these situations. And that's really important. There's nothing worse than a set piece that goes into your own net in the end. So, seen from that perspective, I'm happy with that, because we're threatening and we are also defensively solid at the same time, whilst doing attacking set pieces. Also, let's get Sukipto off the pitch. I'm not sure if these count in the cup competitions. Well, they probably don't. But... I don't want to steal it, man. It's yours. I'll have a listen to it, though. And obviously, well, you know, I'm always happy to promote people's content, if that makes sense, or their creative process, or whatever they put their effort in, as long as I feel like they are not there to do it, right? You're not in this stream to promote your music, quite on the contrary. You're here to watch Football Manager stuff and have a conversation, and I can certainly appreciate that. So why shouldn't I try to, I don't know, share your music with the rest of the audience or something? That's totally fine with me. So I guess that's what I'm going for, in the hopes that it helps you out. Well, in that case, I will be happy to have somebody that... Well, if you get famous from being promoted on a Football Manager community, streamers, whatever, shitty 5-person Discord, in that case, I will be very happy. Because apparently I did something in a correct manner. What will we do here? There's so many players that need the time on the pitch. Oh no, Isha's not around. Fuck. I forgot to bring Isha. Well, in that case, I guess Ari can make it to the pitch for Jorge Cesar. He's tall. Somewhat. He's no good at this. But on the other hand, Jorge Cesar is, well, he does maintain sharpness only. So we'll get him off in 5 minutes. Zico for Moody, though. I'd rather put Zico on for Mbiri again, just for sharpness reasons. Yeah. We'll do it like this. And then, it's not his best match. The last match was fine too. He's consistently playing okay. In a way. That's true throughout the entire season. Moody was never on a 6.0 rating or something as far as I can remember. He was always okay. His okay might have been 6.4, but he was always okay. So, yeah. You think Samantri? Well, that's probably the most likely case that we might need as a playmaker. That or infantry for Sukipto. I think infantry for Sukipto makes some sense too, given that he's on a yellow, and infantry is one of those players that is very likely to come on. Even if I don't like it. So I guess I will disregard your notion right now, and well, we will do all 3 switches, right? Because do you prefer Sumantry or Ari on the pitch to get some sharpness? We should probably keep one in case somebody gets really tired, which will probably be Jorge Cesar. You think Ari? We'll give Ari 20 minutes later. Gotta make a decision here, sorry man. And I don't think Ari will play the entire match. Hopefully nobody gets hurt. But infantry for Tabuni was... not for Tabuni. For Sukipto was somewhat a no-brainer. Not due to the yellow card though, but Sukipto is definitely ready for the next match. Infantry though might come on as a central defender, might come on as a ball-winning midfielder. So any sharpness helps. That was a decent finish actually. Thank you Owen for saving the day. Was ways out and a little bit slow. So should have been saved, and he did. Jorge Cesar. He is. Sumantry is, I think, the one with 9 points of passing, and let me just show you. Where is he? There. That's Sumantry. He is definitely more of a playmaker type than of a defender. That's for sure. Deep lying playmaker though, basically the Tabuni style, but way less skilled. And he was an emergency signing that I actually figured out, I actually figured we might loan him out. We didn't though. That stuff has been settled though, because for next season he will leave to our feeder club, which is in the 2nd league. So for next season we can loan him out, and he will play there. Well, he might play there, but that's definitely better than keeping him around, if we do not play him. So we got options now. Also we got money now, for some reason. Well, not yet, but we will have money. Probably... actually after this match, right? Because we will stay in the league, so that means 350k in the bank. Nice Zico. That was to be expected. Jorge Cesar, and that's a good save by Ramadan. Gotta give him that. So they substitute players. Jorge Cesar's tired. Nobody else is that tired. We need Jorge Cesar for the next match. Alright, I guess Ari will make it as a striker. No, let's give him the set piece first, right? Maybe Jorge Cesar scores another goal. My guy, Zico. Zico... yeah, well, Zico might remain with the club, actually. Malik... Arianto, lurking at the near post. Not bad. So I will bring on Ari now. And, in his case, I think I will go with pressing forward on support. This is a defensive formation anyway, so let's see what he can do. And obviously he is not used to that role, and neither to the position he should be used. It's his core position after all. But I'm trying to come up with something that might work. I forgot about opposition instructions. What? Oh yeah, this way. Okay, I see. So there's also a Hidayatullah, not to be confused with Hidayatullah, which is ours. That actually doesn't look that bad, right? In fact, that's not a bad player at all. Let's show him to the weaker foot and close him down and hope for the best. Novi Setyavan. Passing's okay, vision is a bit bad, marks opponents tightly, he likes to pass the ball around, runs with ball rarely, I can see why. Sure, hard tackling maybe. Tight marking is probably not that good of an idea, given the jumping reach and strength. Closing down, probably, and that's it. I could go with hard tackling, but with strength 12. Do they really want me to? I guess we can try. And yeah, well, that's it. What about you? Oh, they took off. They took off Walsh. Yeah, okay. Well, the crossing's dangerous, the passing's dangerous. His off-the-ball movement is somewhat dangerous, but the rest of it isn't. We mark him tightly. The physicals are not. They should be able to mark him tightly. And also, dribbling 7, bravery 6. No yellow cards on the pitch. Fuck that. Let's go. Tabuni Ferdiancia with a cross towards Halim. That was not what I expected from a central defender. This will go back to Malik. Yeah, it does. Decent passing. Harianto. Okay. Your man Zico intercepted by infantry. Malik. Nah. Zico. Moody. Okay. It's something. Same as last time though, we created a lot more chances. I'm okay with this. We can also probably start to waste time now. And I'm actually willing to cut bit on the tempo a little bit. Just to make sure that their condition doesn't decline too much. Hopefully that doesn't... How do I phrase this? I'm missing the word. Hopefully we can still win the game. I was willing to say, I was going to say, hopefully it doesn't restrict us from having a chance at winning this game. So far everything's fine. That's not so fine. We give away a corner. Let's praise him. 1 goal up. Last time we lost with that many chances created on their part. Well, not this team's, the opponents. Well done by Harianto. Setyavan nearly closed down by Tapuni. That might be offside. Yep, he knows. Good. Halim is complacent. Great. Moody. Is Moody suddenly a playmaker type? No. He is quite the contrary. Come on. It was offside. Alright. Harianto. Harianto? It's probably pronounced way differently. Infantry. Zico. Zico. Ferdiancia skips past the marker, and that's a nice long shot by Ferdiancia. Not bad. That came quite surprising. Holy. Malik. Well, first of all, he takes off another 30 seconds off the clock. So we can sit this out together with him. It's really 30 seconds, isn't it? Well, not that much. Zico, that's not good first touch. Ooh, that's somewhat dangerous, but apparently nothing happened. What the hell, Owen? What the hell? Did you see that? Nobody tells him to go with short ball distribution. It says roll it out. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that. Go. Apparently. The Welsh version, though. So now we'll go with very attacking, yes? This is a direct tactic, by the way. With direct football and stuff. So this might not be pretty at all. Tabuni, Moody. That's a foul. Tabuni, Arianto, not bad. That's it though. Rudiancia with another free kick. Towards Halim. Well, at least we created another chance. Hopefully we will not concede on a counter-attack now. Otherwise I will be absolutely pissed. At this point I can still laugh about it. We'll try to copy SC Freiburg though. It's Owen. We decided Owen is fine. Owen is fine. Yeah, that makes sense. Owen. That's true. We should do that. Okay. Well, we could actually try to tell the goalkeeper to slow things down anyway in this tactic. This is our defensive tactic after all. Nah. Tabuni, it's not that bad, is it? Alright. An effort was made. Yet another draw. That's the end of the season for us. Well, not entirely yet. It's the end of the league season. And Simon Owen. Well, what can you do? Play the other keeper in the cup game. But there was an early sign of complacency there. Between, I think it was Harianto or Halim. I think it was Halim. So, given that there was complacency, I do not think we can praise them and stuff. And apparently, that seems to fire him up somehow. So, no need to talk to them anymore, I think. There's a risk if I criticize Malik in particular, or Simon Owen in particular, or even Arianto in particular, that they will not accept it. And the rest of the squad will feel that I'm too hard on them. I think I told them in appropriate terms how I feel. Central defenders did fine though. Oh, did well. Did well? Did well. They were fine, man. Oh. Sometimes I feel like I should just spend 5 years in, I don't know, the United Kingdom or somewhere in America, in the United States or somewhere, just to get better with my phrasing of certain things. It was... That is probably the most obvious lie ever. We played well, it pleased me that the team kept their concentration up. With the exception of Simon Owen. Well, he had 2 shots on target and barely any chances, so whatever. How will that moment affect the team? So hopefully, Simon Owen will think about certain things in the future. Alright. So now we gotta make it to the cup competition. We finished in the 7th spot. Please tell me that this does not affect the amount of money we get. I want 350k. They have been promised. I want them now. And I want the board to pay off the loan with that. Immediately. I do not like to pay interest. Interest is something that I get, not the other way around. In this case, he will get an official warning and that's it. Fuck! It is really scaled down depending on the end result in the league, I think. Well, okay. So Utomo reported on Moody, who is now a natural performer in, yeah, well. Oh! He wasn't? Well, that's good. Moody is a natural inverted winger. Was he still accomplished previously? Or am I excited about something that happened like half a decade ago? I'm not sure. So I guess I will be happy that he is the way he is now. So Kipto made 50 league games for PSIS. So we owed them another 500 euros. Yeah, I think we can afford that. We can also probably afford to extend his contract next season. And we receive 314k. Want to see how that looks in a plot? I'll show you. We paid 27k amongst the squad. So that money's gone. Bali United are champions. What's with these two? And Deva United, Persis and Borneo go down. So I guess Barito Putra will remain in the top flight. Okay. So, this is the setup for the cup games. You might recognize some training sessions in there. Apparently we are preparing for important matches. Okay, so much about that. Let's have a look at this. This is a weird color. I don't know how this works. Is this a thing? Apparently it is. Alright, so there's two ways to do this. Either we do a long-ass stream right now and go through both of the cup matches, and I will be absurdly tired while doing this, or we wrap up the stream and do it tomorrow, because I will have some time tomorrow. I'm kinda conflicted on that. I'm kinda having some fun right now, but on the other hand I have difficulties focusing on the screen, so I guess it will be the better idea to do it tomorrow. And I get some sleep. I hope that's okay with you. Anyway, was a good performance overall in the last two matches. We made it through that stuff. We also did set pieces. I learned something about musical pieces written by Bravo433. And, well, we tried the other tactic at least for 3 minutes. It created some chances and we didn't concede, so that's a plus. I also very much enjoyed the conversation, and now I will listen to some punky-ass metal that is on the Discord server. Thank you very much for providing, Bravo. And I hope to see you tomorrow for a not scheduled stream. I think I will do that just in the morning somewhere. Hopefully Charanal is not asleep at that time. We'll see. In any case, thank you very much for watching and keeping me company. And all the good advice too. And, you know, not being... How do I put this? I'm looking for a word. Let me have a word. Fuck that. Not being stressful. There's watches that are somewhat stressful. You both are not. So thank you very much for that. That's much appreciated. Have a good evening, or in case of Charon Nullet, have a good day. Bye.